Well, it is 6. Is everybody ready? I'll call this meeting to order. Please join me in a moment of silent prayer or reflection. Carrie, will you call roll, please?
Nicole Cohen.
Here.
Marciana Alliar.
Here.
John Maston. Kathy Cox.
Here.
Lisa Roman.
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We do have a call for a budget hearing. And I have a motion to open the budget. Do I need to read this first and then introduce you, or introduce you and then call for the budget hearing vote?
Are you reading the informational piece or?
I'll go ahead and introduce you and then I'm sorry. So we're going to be doing a budget hearing on the 2020-21 expenditure budget, and this will be introduced by Mr. Murray.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, the district must adopt a fiscal year budget no later than July 15th and file the adopted budget with the Mojave County School Superintendent and the Superintendent of Public Instruction no later than July 18th. The proposed budget summary was posted on the Arizona Department of Education website on June 26, 2020. In accordance with ARS 15-905A2, districts that maintain a website must provide a link on their website to ADE's website, where the district's proposed budget summary can be viewed. Districts must also email the school finance budget team a clickable link to their webpage where the link to the proposed budget was placed. A copy of the email and a screenshot of the website will be retained in the file located in the district's business office. The full proposed and adopted budgets are kept on file at the district business office and in the governing board minutes, and are made available to the public upon request.
Do I have a motion to open the budget hearing?
I move we open the budget hearing.
I second. Marciana Alliar.
Yes.
Nicole Cohen.
Yes.
Kathy Cox.
Yes.
Lisa Roman.
Yes.
Any questions?
Are there any questions or discussion?
Any questions from the public that you see?
Not about this topic.
If you're just joining us and you do have questions, you are always welcome to email your questions to boardmeeting@lhusd.org. You do have to include your first and last name, and your questions will be read out loud at this meeting.
And we're going to accept questions during the budget action item, right?
Yes, we can at that time as well.
Is the PowerPoint posted from our last meeting? I didn't.
It should be, I believe,
Okay.
yes it is.
So then is the next step to close the budget hearing and we'll move on? Okay. So again, if you do have questions later on in the meeting, we will be coming back to vote on the budget item. So do I have a motion to close the budget hearing?
So moved.
I second. Nicole Cohen.
Yes.
Kathy Cox.
Yes.
Marciana Alliar.
Yes.
Lisa Roman.
Yes. Item 4.1 is our consent calendar. Do I have a motion on item 4.1?
I move that we approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
Kathy Cox.
Yes.
Nicole Cohen.
Yes.
Marciana Alliar.
Yes.
Lisa Roman.
Yes. Moving on to item 5.1. This is the second presentation and review of policies GCCG, GCCG-RA, GCCG-RB, GCCG-EA, GCCG-EB, and GCCG-EC, the professional and support staff voluntary transfer of accrued sick leave. And this is presented by Mrs. Festadego.
Madam President and Governing Board, it is recommended that the Governing Board approve the second presentation of revisions to policies GCCG regulations, GCCGRA, and GCCGRB, and exhibits GCCGEA, GCCGEB, GCCGEC. It is also recommended that policies GDCG, regulation GDCGR, and exhibits GDCGEA, EB, and EC be removed. Sick leave requests for the sick leave bank can be made by staff who are facing serious illnesses and have used their accrued sick leave. Staff members are able to donate days to the sick leave bank once they have reached milestones in the number of days they have accrued. There are two major revisions to policy GCCG. The first is to combine support and certified together into one policy to treat them in the same manner. Policy GCCG will now be reflective of both certified and classified staff. Currently, policy states the value of sick leave bank will be based on new teacher salary or minimum wage, with the ability for the bank to exceed contributions, but there is lack of clarity on the value of deductions. Both certified and classified staff would be able to donate and request leave from the bank according to policy limitations. The other change will allow for employees to request up to 10 days from the sick leave bank to be used for the care of a family member who is ill. In order to request sick leave days, they would need to be approved for FMLA leave. They would be allowed 10 days maximum through their employment. The other changes are updates to formatting. Policy changes have been reviewed with legal. There are no changes to these policies since the first reading.
Do I have a motion on item 5.1?
I move we approve 5.1 as presented.
I second.
Any discussion or questions? Not hearing.
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Georgiana Halliard,
Yes.
Nicole Cohen,
Yes.
Lisa Lamont,
Yes. I do realize that I made a mistake. I skipped over, between the call to the public and the consent agenda, we're supposed to have recognition of visitors. So if the other board members don't mind, we'll wrap up 5.2 because that's our other old business item. And then we'll return to the recognition of visitors, if that's okay with everyone.
I just have a question. We're not doing call to the public at the beginning and end of our meetings right now, which I wholly disagree with. So I don't understand why we're hearing from the union representative when the public isn't able to have that time.
We're not doing a call to the public in the sense that people are showing up in person, but we are recognizing anyone who emails in. If there is a call to the public, it's just slightly modified due to the circumstances.
Right, but on because the people are not in
Mhm.
the room, when you look at call to the public, what does it say? Roll call, pleasure. Okay, well, they've changed it on this one. We could still have the call to the public.
Well, and we do, like I said, we have the modified version where it's email.
Okay.
Yes.
But that's not the same thing as somebody reading their 3-minute statement into the call to the public.
Have we had that happen since the association has not called in to the meetings? If so, I don't recall that, since we started this. I mean, I can see that it would be an issue, but they haven't even called in that I know of.
Well, let me look at the last.
Well, do you mind just for the
Well,
sake of
just-
keeping the meeting going, can we move on to item 5.2 and then
Sure.
come back to this? Okay. Item 5.2 is the second presentation and review of policies GCBC and GCBC-E and other supplementary pay plans presented by Mrs. Festadego.
Madam President and Governing Board, it is recommended that the Governing Board approve the second presentation of policy revisions GCBC and GCBCE supplementary pay plans. Following the recommendation of legal counsel, all compensation received by employees should be approved by the board. In addition to having a board-approved stipend list, a comprehensive extra duty schedule will be brought to the board annually for approval. Staff who are eligible for stipends will be paid according to board policy or the board-approved rate sheet. In addition, moving forward, extra compensation will be added to the personnel report each month. At the July meeting, the Business Services Department will ask the board to retroactively approve any compensation. Changes have been made to GCBC regarding the extra duty schedule. Technical changes have been made to GCBCE. And if you notice, the personnel report did include stipend information this time.
Do I have a motion on item 5.2?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion or questions?
I have a few questions. So this we're approving for the 1920 school year. And these stipends run, as I was just informed, because I had asked, about $800,000
For 1920.
for 1920. And so I just wanted to be clear on that. My questions come in the second paragraph, first sentence, but the end of the first sentence, specific duties of the assignment. So each one of these have specific duties that they're assigned. Okay. Second question, the supplementary salary schedule describes the premiums assigned. How are we determining that? Because I've done a little due diligence and I'm just wondering how we come to the determination
Of the amount.
of the amounts. Because,
So last year, if you remember, the amounts were in percentages, and so we wanted to stay within about that range.
okay,
I spent a great deal of time last year comparing us to similar districts, and where we are is now within the range of similar districts. And so, everything should be close to similar districts and as close as we can to their pay as it was before. For some pay went down a little bit, some pay went up a little bit.
okay. And I'm glad that this is gonna be in policy, because then anybody can look it up, and I encourage people to do that. And then, okay, on the next page, page 4 of 4. So page 4 of 4, under the elementary KC club where it starts the verbiage, 10% over base stipend will be added to the salary after the third full continuous year. And so when I'm looking at that for a $4,000 stipend, so after you've been in that position for 3 years, you're gonna get $4,400. And then after the 6th year, it goes up to 20%. So somebody who is coaching because they love to coach is automatically guaranteed an increase between $400 and $800. And I'm wondering what the rationale is behind that.
So a couple of things that was always has been in policy that has not changed. It used to look a little bit different because it was percentages. It was also used to be tied to base salary. So what was happening as base salary went up, these were also increasing. So coaching stipends might have been on $30,000, but so they were increasing 2 ways. And so in order to bring things back down and to have control so that we knew what we were going to pay out, we had to put it in numbers. The reality is there are not people lining up to be coaches. It's lots and lots of hours. And like anything, typically the longer you do something, the better you get at it. And so it is to support and retain quality coaches. If you look back at the previous page, these are 1-year assignments. And so with everything, I encourage when people aren't doing a good job, we should be looking for other people or supporting them so they are able to do a good job. And so we're looking for continuity, we're looking to retain, we're looking for experience, but we also don't just want to pay someone who's not doing what they need to do.
Thank you. Okay, so then under the leadership positions, same thing. Let's see. We're adding 1 to 0.5% to the base salary. Am I reading that correctly?
We don't. So those stay the same. The high school gets 1 salary to be used as for department chair. So whatever the base salary is,
Okay,
they get 1 to divide the middle school gets half.
Okay. And then my concern is, and this is different from the first page, is the last sentence in there, the number of such positions each year and the I can never say this word properly, the reward pay, I'm just gonna say, therefore shall be a school level decision. I have a problem with that. I think that should be a principal decision.
And so to me, that says that it is a site level leader decision, and so you'll see that look a little bit different. The departments at the high school, there's one department chair, an English department chair, a social studies department chair, whereas the middle school, they look at it a little bit different. A lot of times they'll have a 7th grade and an 8th grade, and so that's allowed, the principal gets that pot of money, and he or she can spend that pot of money with concurrence by the superintendent.
So would anybody have a problem with us changing that to principal? If that's the intent?
Not per se, although I have to wonder who, so if it's a school level decision, who other than the principal are you worried would be making that decision?
Well, we've had a lot of verbiage that we've vetted out that talked about buy-in from the staff. And to me, if it's a principal level decision, school level, I don't know, I think it leaves it open. If it's a principal decision, I think it should say that it's a principal decision.
I'm fine with it. Are you okay with it?
I'm fine with
Does
it.
it materially change the intent of this?
Well, she said that was the intent, that's why I'm
Right.
asking if anybody else has a
Well,
problem.
it'd have to come back for a vote and if we change the verbiage to
I don't think so.
So from school level, it'll say school principal.
Correct. And then, under the curriculum development, so who approves and who selects the projects?
Regarding.
Well, it says the district will set aside $10,000 to pay for curriculum development. The pay will be for completed approved projects. So who selects the people who are going to create
So if
the
it's-
curriculum?
If you wanna look at this past year, Diana leading the Essential Standards program that we put in place, those people were selected. Usually they volunteer or they were
Sure.
interested in the curriculum and then they were paid accordingly. That's what a project would be, that they had to meet specific timeframes and develop certain things in that format, so that's would be an example of a project.
It used to be that, I believe it was every 7 years, we would consider that textbooks needed to be updated. So social studies would come up for the entire district one year, the next year might be math. So it was great until we went through that long period where there was just no money. So that kind of dropped off. And I guess, I don't know what you foresee in the future,
Well, we still have a ways to go with our essential standards. We just started this in June with our science, social studies, and math. And we hope to continue that work during the year. But when I think project, I would never seek to develop one without board involvement, so just so you know.
And I appreciate that, it just doesn't say that, so.
So it's nice to have a budget, so
It is, but 10,000 seems,
not any money at all.
it doesn't seem like very much to develop curriculum when we, look at $200,000 purchases for one book, so. So the pay will be the pay will be for completed approved projects, okay, I can leave it that way, that's fine. So then, down under the National Board Certification, how many National Board Certified teachers do we have? I'm sorry, I should have emailed you this
It's
beforehand, but. And then I wonder how many of the National Board Certified teachers we have are actually in the classroom.
So, Gina, do you know where it's at on the webpage?
On the current webpage,
I'm gonna go find it quick. So it's under the district info.
I'm sorry, I thought
It's
you were
okay.
just gonna pull that one
I
right
don't.
out. We
And
can
then
move on,
about-
I would
about
like to
LHUSD.
know how many are in the classroom though.
What is it?
It's under district and then about LHUSD. And then there's our staff, National Board Certified Teachers is under that. About LHUSD. But as far as counting,
And just for the people that are watching and waiting, this is because we're agreeing, which had not been done in the past, to pay $1,500 a year for the entirety of somebody holding the certificate.
21, and very quickly, 17 are full-time in the classroom, 2 are teachers on assignment, 2 are administrators. Now administrators, and they still hold a teaching certificate and go back to teach.
Okay, so then on the master list, I just have a couple questions, and that has to do with, let's see what page, we're not numbered here, so 1, 2. So when you go under Lake Havasu High School supplementals, where it's got like AP exams and PSAT coordinators. So the Skills USA, $100 per number of students. Is this in addition to travel expenses that are paid and then stipends that are paid as club advisors? Or are they different people? So when I think about, digital communications competition, so I would assume that would be the journalism or whatever we call it, media teacher that would then be taking the students to a competition. So in addition to paying a stipend for it, we're gonna pay $100 per student and pay for the travel to go. Is that correct?
So, and I can't speak, these are ones that were given to me. So my understanding of those would be for qualifying students who make it to competition. So however many students make it to whatever qualifying level of competition.
Right, no, I understand the $100 per student, I just meant, is this cost that the chaperone, teacher, lead, I'm not sure what we're calling them, the leader of the groups that go off to competition, advisors, we're paying them in addition to their stipend and we're paying their travel expenses.
So it would be different possibly because, for example, the construction trades teacher, there's not a stipend for
Right.
them.
Right, and that's new, so.
So that isn't, there's not a stipend for that, whereas, there's truly not a stipend for any of these, other than the person who does graphic web is also the yearbook person. So same position, but so it's like a different level of that position. So this is as related to student travel for CTE competitions.
Okay.
Isn't student travel for CTE usually paid for by the way, rather than our?
This shows it coming out of their tax credit.
Out of their tax credit.
The travel normally is paid for by the way.
It's generally split.
Okay.
Wade wants to see the district making a contribution, in addition to their contribution.
The only other area where I see there might be some overlap is there is a stipend for the audio visual coordinator, and then on Skills USA,
Right.
it talks about AV competitions. So
Right.
that's the only other,
Well, that
Other
and
than-
digital communication, I would see overlap, and graphic web, because I would assume that comes under that whole,
And so this is for the actual act of traveling.
Sure.
And in my experience, as be the people competition advisor, there's a lot of work that goes into that. And so, they're putting that in there, is something that I'm assuming they've done through their constitutions for their clubs. And that's where that's come from.
okay. teaching a 6th period, $6,500. What is that about?
So imagine giving up your prep period, so the time that you normally are grading papers, copying lessons, calling parents, you no longer have that. You are now teaching an extra class of students.
Okay.
There was a time where it was based on the teacher's salary, 1/6 of the teacher's salary. And then we did it 1/6 of the base. Thunderbolt was doing 1/5. And so there was not equity between the schools. So we met in the middle, that we were just giving a raw number so we can budget. And again, it is not amazing. Everything that you need to do now comes not during school hours. So,
And I thought I had a question on that because it changed
it did.
from within this
Oh.
document, but I don't see it right now. Maybe it was in I don't know. Maybe it's in next year's, where it changed depending on what 6th period, whether it was, I don't know. Sorry, forget it, doesn't matter. And then C, extra period, okay. Elementary schools, this is a question, and I got a lot of questions on this, not having to do with this action item, but over the course of the last year actually, for tutoring. So apparently, we've had elementary school teachers charging parents to tutor, and then we're paying tutors. So has that been fixed? If we're paying a stipend for teachers to tutor, the teachers are not asking for parents to pay them.
So that's something that Brad would need to speak to.
Parents can select a teacher, and if they want to discuss something with them in private about their child, it would be off our campus. We cannot support teachers hosting a tutoring session in their own classroom, utilizing our resources.
And that was the case, that's why I'm asking, so that's been fixed.
That's been addressed.
Okay. But if they want a tutor in addition to, so if we're paying for homework club and we're paying for Title I tutors, stipends, and parents didn't feel like it was helping, they would be required to do it off-site. It wouldn't be something to do with maybe the child wasn't at the right level or.
I mean, if a parent wants to contact the teacher and say, I'm willing to pay you privately to come to X and Y and Z place,
Of course.
that's something that would be between the parent and the teacher.
And then the last one, the smallest stipend is for the person who actually does the public's work in recording the meetings. I find that astounding.
She does not get that even.
That's not right.
Wait, I'm sorry, what do you?
So the board recording, so that we preserve our recording for the public if they can't attend in real time, is the smallest stipend in the whole thing at $12.
So that's a different conversation, but that's something that we look to do. Prior to me coming into this position, the tech department covered it, and frankly, we don't have time to do this. I shouldn't say we, but they don't have time to do this, and so we asked that it be someone to do it, and that they just get paid. And so it was a matter of the tech department has tech things to do. With the closure, and right now we're running live, Gina is helping us out to figure out what that's going to look like. And so she's been assisting us in that. And so, but that's a conversation for the board to have, because we do, really need somebody here that we can rely on to use the equipment and record the meetings.
Is that a typo error or is it just because of minimum wage?
It was minimum wage.
The only minimum wage.
Detention monitors are minimum wage.
Oh, did I miss one? I thought 13 was the next one after. Okay, that was all my questions.
Those were good questions.
There is something about this topic. From Megan Ulmer, she says, I'm curious with the new stipend, pay, and policy, what are the term limits for each position? Should all positions be opened at the end of each year for applicants to apply? Who should be responsible for opening and closing those applications each year?
How is it right now? Is that determined at each site?
It's determined by site. Typically, people stay in their positions, unless told otherwise, which it says, in policy, you need to be told by May 1st. But so we typically see people staying. I know that, in, the time that I've been here, there have been times where principals have posted, department chairs or different positions, just to see who's interested. But that has never been in policy, and policy says it's a site level decision.
Principal.
It's a
It's a
principal,
principal
it's a
decision.
principal decision.
Yeah, so the principal has to, no later than May 1st, and a staff member not returning has to notify by May 1st. So May 1st is the day on both sides. But that should open it up. That is a change.
Correct, but the question was, if there's no change,
If somebody doesn't want to leave and the principal doesn't want to, then how do you open that up for?
and so then the question is, to me, as a site level, and with the superintendent, how do we talk about those things to make sure that on a reasonable rotation, those things happen, to provide consistency in leadership, but also to see, and develop leadership in others.
Sure.
Yeah, there's definitely two sides to that coin, because you want people to stay in positions that they love and that they're very good at, but also, as Betsy Dale just said, to encourage leadership amongst others, so. Any other questions or discussion? I think we're ready to,
And this is for 1920.
we're retroactively approving it.
Right.
Yes.
I just wanted to say it again for myself. before
This is for 2021. The list of everyone, what they did get was the list that Mike's gonna bring later is 1920.
Yeah, 6.8 is 1920.
Okay, see, I needed to clarify. So this is going forward.
This is going forward. This will be our list for the year.
Gotcha. One more question. There's a lot of clubs in here, and when you get to the nitty gritty, you know, on the master stipend list, when you've got elementary school clubs, $500 per club, et cetera, are we gonna be paying stipends for club advisors who have a Zoom meeting?
So I wrote a letter, this was in relation to sports, but we've now sent it out to all the principals to send out to their club advisors, saying that should it not happen, that their stipend may be reduced or not happen at all. And that's just a waiting and seeing a little bit. To me, having as many activities as possible is important, but then we need to really define what does that look like if we are in closure or whatever. So to me, it goes back to having really well-defined duties, which is something that we've worked to in the past 2 years.
Right, but we're voting on this before we vote on our opening plan, and we haven't gone through that yet, so it leaves the question hanging out there, are we gonna be on the hook for $1 million and have our school shut down? But because the teachers or the advisors, independent of sports, that obviously you have to travel and participate, are then just gonna be guaranteed this extra money because they log on and have a meeting with their students.
And you'll see that in the plan, but all this is amounts. This isn't necessarily attached to anyone at this time.
So you said just a moment ago that you sent out a letter to all of these club sponsors and advisors.
So far, the high school has to their coaches. It's now been given to the principals, the other principals who need to do the same too.
So teachers have fair warning that this might change, that it's not guaranteed, because we have no idea what it's going to look like. Okay, so I'm comfortable with that. Nicole, are you okay with that?
Well, I'm comfortable with it so long as we don't decide after we've approved it that it's okay to have a Zoom meeting and then you're going to get paid for it, because that's not the same thing as being face to face with the students.
Well, to me, so for the first part of the year, depending on what happens with the reopening, to me, it is appropriate to pay someone for hosting a Zoom meeting. I don't necessarily follow the argument that that's somehow less work or less deserving of pay just because you're doing something online rather than in person. In fact, I would argue that someone who's leading a club online is potentially doing more work in preparation because it is a new format.
Well, I think it might depend on what the club was.
I agree.
For example, the senior class and student government at the high school and planning for graduation for next year, they have to start meeting at some point early on in this year. They always do, and look at how much money they have available. What can they do with this? Do they need to go out and raise more money? All that kind of thing. So that would be an ongoing meeting that would be really important to have. I think it's just going to have to be at the principal's discretion, and the advisor's going to have to communicate with the principal what's going on in every case.
Well, we just approved student council for elementary schools.
Mm-hmm.
And what I don't want to happen is this to be developed in this new normal situation, and then we're going to pay whoever the advisor is, and then we're going to have our students being normalized to this whole online environment. Like, we haven't had that discussion yet, so I guess that's where my concern is.
Probably there would be in elementary until there's an election in the school for student government, let's say. There's probably not. They're not going to be members of elementary student council. It can't happen.
It just seems like everything would hinge on the sports, and if the sports aren't happening, then the rest maybe isn't happening. And then if the sports are happening, then everything else should be happening. That's kind of, I know I mentioned that at the last meeting, but it's like, I feel like it's all or nothing.
And I do see your point. I should have said this at the last meeting, but I did see your point about, not wanting to unintentionally create haves and have-nots, is I think how you phrase it, and I did agree with that. It looks like our superintendent would like to weigh in.
So ultimately, what our intention would be, much like there are current guidelines based on our clubs and activities for someone to be paid, we would need to, district administration would need to work with our principals to determine, okay, what does that look like if it were going to be offered in a different format, and what are the specific requirements that would go with that.
Is there any problem with including the specific duties of the assignment for all of these stipends to the public? I know, what a pain in the butt, sorry. Because I'm curious, like, I'm reading these and I would like to know what the duties are, like, that constitute the amount that we're agreeing to pay.
So at this point, those are created at the site level. They're turned over and they're approved by the payroll department. Last year we went through some real deep changes because they were very generic. And that made me uncomfortable. And so we worked really hard last year to have more and more details. So I don't know, they're a payroll record. So there are, before they become contracts, the principals would have what the duties are that then are attached to contracts. So I don't have them, but certainly they're there and I could get them.
It's just, this is in addition to the benefits, this is in addition to the 301, this is in addition to the raises that we've given, and the contracts for everybody are public, not specific individual contracts, but that's public knowledge. And we know what we require our teachers in class to do, so, and I understand that it may not be ready, for a preview, but I would like a guarantee if I'm gonna vote for this, that this is gonna be made available to the public in due time, especially because of everything that's going on.
I think in the same sense that we're really working to make sure that our job descriptions are formatted in a more clear way. We're now making sure that our stipends are public and accessible and that we all can access them and know that the same thing. I think it's perfectly reasonable that, give me a second, but then we start attaching the actual duties to these. That seems reasonable to me.
Any other questions or discussion?
Georgiana Alliar,
Yes.
Nicole Cohen,
Yes,
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Lisa Roman,
Yes. So if you don't mind, we will back up and go to our recognition of visitors. I would like to ask, have any emails come in? Yes, okay.
Sheila,
Are they general or are they on a specific item?
There's, do you want me to wait to read about the opening at that time? 'Cause-
Let's do that because I think it'll,
okay, so, here's one that is not related to opening. This is from Marcia Cox. There are places other than the governing boardroom that the school board could meet where the public, your constituents, could see your work face to face. And I'm asking you change the venue to the PAC or some other place where the general public can be present and make their comment known in person and in front of the board members. By continuing to accept the public's comment only by email and preventing us from being present at the meetings in the public forum, you are taking away our civil rights. We fund these school board meetings with our tax dollars, and I would suggest that if you cannot remedy an alternative location where we can assemble to watch the meeting in public, the citizenry of Lake Havasu should publicly, I think it's protest, it says protect, in front of the LHUSD district office and protest until you do. You represent the taxpayers. Sincerely, Marcia Cox.
thank you for that comment. I will not offer an argument, but I will remind you that we are complying with the CDC guidelines, which recommend a 10-person limit.
that is just a recommendation though, this is not under order from the government,
Right, but we are
From the-
complying with the CDC.
but we didn't vote on that. As a board, I'm just saying, we didn't vote on that, somebody made that decision, but it wasn't the board.
In any case, your concerns, Mrs. Cox, are noted. Okay. Our recognition of visitors, and at this time, I would ask Dr. Stone to present our COVID-19 update.
Madam President, members of the board, currently the number of confirmed cases in Lake Havasu City is 337. That is one more than Kingman at 336. Bullhead City is at 690. We continue to see a little bit of an increase in the active number of cases from the last time that we met.
I just wanted to add that I was at the Board of Supervisor meeting today, well, for the end part of it, when the director, Denise Burley, spoke, and there's been no deaths in the past 3 days. And I just want to make sure that we all keep in mind when we're talking about this COVID that increased cases aren't the concern, it's the death count and the severity of the cases. So,
I will add to that an additional concern is whether or not a person can receive medical care if they become hurt or injured. which very much is impacted by the number of COVID cases.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're.
Is there a room for me in the hospital? Is there a nurse or a doctor available if I get hurt or sick? People still are gonna have ruptured appendices or get in car accidents. Is there room for me at the hospital or not? That is what it comes down to for me.
Well, of course, but we're importing, like we imported 24 cases into our hospital. So when our paper is saying, you know, we're near capacity, first of all, near, that's really subjective. What does that mean? What is our capacity? How many do we have? How many of them are COVID? And the fact is the hospital continues to say that we're fine. We have a plan B. Even if our ICU is full, we have a plan B. So the idea that we're instilling fear as though we're not gonna be able to be treated, I understand that that was the situation in New York months ago, but that hasn't been the situation here at all.
Yet.
Okay, but we can't make,
Okay.
we should not be making decisions based on what could happen. We need to make decisions on actual science and data
Yes,
that is available.
right. Which is why we're complying with the CDC, even if it's voluntary at this point.
Okay,
Because
well, I think,
we're relying on the people who are scientific.
the
experts.
CDC has been woefully inadequate in making any predictions that have turned out to be true, so I don't know why we're relying on the CDC.
We will have to leave it there for now.
And I would like to understand who made that decision, that we're gonna do that without discussing it with the board. This is the board's meeting. And the board should be making that decision, and that was never brought up to the board. So if you made that decision, I would like the board to have an open discussion about that. I don't have to bemoan it right now, but we should be discussing that immediately. Like at our next meeting.
We could have. So would you mind, if I forget, will you remind me when I ask for board suggestions for items? Okay, thank you. Okay, next up on our recognition of visitors is the Lake Havasu City Education Association. Do we have an email from them? Okay. Again, I apologize for getting the items out of order. We are ready to move on to new business, so we're on item 6.1. This is the approval of expenditure of insurance proceeds for fiscal year 2020-2021, and it's presented by Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. It is recommended that the governing board approve the expenditure of insurance proceeds during the fiscal year 21. According to ARS 15-1103, this action is required to expend insurance proceeds which the district may receive in connection with insurance recoveries. At this time, we do not know what those losses or recoveries may be. However, this action prepares the district for events that may occur.
Do I have a motion on item 6.1?
I move we approve 6.1 as presented.
Second?
Any discussion or questions?
Kathy Fox,
Yes.
Nicole Cohen,
Yes.
Marciana Allier,
Yes.
Lisa Roman,
Item 6.2 is the approval of disposition of litigation proceeds for fiscal year 2020-2021, presented by Mr. Murray.
Madam President, members of the board, it is recommended that the governing board approve the disposition of litigation proceeds during the fiscal year 21. According to ARS 15-1107, this action is required to expend litigation recovery proceeds which the district may receive in connection with litigation recoveries. At this time, we do not know what those recoveries may be. However, this action prepares the district for events that may occur.
Do I have a motion on item 6.2?
So
I
moved.
moved. Second.
Discussion or questions?
Marciana Allier,
Yes.
Nicole Cohen,
Yes.
Kathy Fox,
Yes.
Lisa Roman,
Yes. Item 6.3 is the adoption of expenditure budget for 2020-2021, also presented by Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. It is recommended that the governing board approve the adoption of the annual expenditure budget for fiscal year 21. Per ARS 15-905, the governing board must adopt and send a copy of the adopted budget to the county school superintendent no later than July 18th, 2020. The district's general budget limit cannot be exceeded unless additional funding is made available through the budget revision process. The presentation of the budget occurred during the proposed budget special session. And the expenditure budget sheets, including the summary pages, were provided and are also available on the district's website.
Do I have a motion on item 6.3?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion or questions?
A couple of questions that I don't expect you to have an answer to at the moment. My first question is, I was going back through our 4 years, or the past 4 years of budgets, and we had discussed at one time how our enrollment was going down, our teachers had gone up, and we were gonna have a reason for why that was. So,
Sorry, our teachers had gone up, meaning their
I mean, the
pay.
number of teachers that we have gone up. And then when I look at the proposed budget now, I thought it said it on the front, the number, maybe not. So we have, it's gone up. So last year was 479, staff, 479 went up to 493, but I don't know what the breakdown is, teacher to staff. But we have more staff, I believe, than classified than we have certified.
So one thing, last year was probably the first year in a long time, and I can't give you exact numbers, it was the first year in a long time that we filled almost all of our positions. So we may have been looking at a couple of things in years prior. We may have been looking at positions with long-term subs who are not our staff or 6-period stipend. So there could be another reason. And then I know Mr. Murray has worked with results-based funding for lowering class sizes.
Correct, yes, we have used results-based funding to do that, however, that's out of a different fund. But Mrs. Festadego is correct that over the years, historically, we've seen positions that have gone to be filled by long-term subs, which would then not be accounted for on that budget sheet. Now moving forward, again, last year and hopefully this next year, we're seeing those positions being filled by actual district employees.
So we have, Mrs. Asire did this enrollment history, or somebody did it, but she had passed it out and it had a 10-year history. But there was one that had teaching staff on it, and I don't have that. So if anybody has a copy of that, I would love to have a copy of that, because I've gone through everything and can't find it. And then, because that was really interesting to look at it the way, the sheet that I don't have, because it had the enrollment, the start, the end, the difference for the elementary, middle, and high school, that our enrollment was going down, the trend, and then the staffing. And then we were going to answer that question, and I hadn't heard about it since, so it seemed like the appropriate time. So before we vote on the budget, can we just highlight a few things? Because I don't know how many people are watching, but are you gonna do a presentation again, or are we just doing it based off of last month's, or a couple weeks ago's presentation?
Correct, we've always done it that way. The proposed budget was the actual presentation of the budget.
And is that presentation still online?
It is.
So the starting, I just wanna get this out of the way. So the starting salary for our brand new teachers,
36,000.
36,000.
okay. So, where did I just have it? Right here. So in 2015-16 budget, it was 31,500. So now we're at 36,000. Our average teacher, even though that's posted on our website for people that don't know, what do we have? Average for 2020 was 43,593. And then the average salary of all teachers for the 2021 is 44,175. But that does not include stipends that we just went over, benefits, or 301, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And our total budget that we're adopting tonight? Do I have 2021? Yes.
40 million. Should be
4917. 40,917,952.
Correct.
Thank you, that was it. No questions really, except that one sheet.
Would you, in moving forward, and I know that board dynamics may change going into next year, but would you prefer that I've never done that in the past, I don't think we've ever done that, and looking at past district presentations prior to me, but if you'd like me to have just a general summary for this actual adopted action item, I can do that, it's not a problem.
I think what would be helpful, and I think you go way out of your way to make sure everything's super clear, but as people are going to be reinvigorated to get involved in our schools because of what's happening, you know, just in outside of our school district, and you know, it's no longer just drop your kid off, like it's very involved now, so people are paying closer attention. The hardest part to understand is the budget, and it's very complicated even after 6 years. So something similar to the enrollment history, one page that shows year after year, you know, so you can look and say, we had this many students, we had this many staff, this was our total budget, this was our revised budget. The detail if they want further than that, but just to give people some perspective,
Yeah, that's not a
since
problem.
they're paying for it.
Not a problem at all.
I know it's not. Thank you very much for the suggestion.
It's also a good idea,
I have lots of them, just ask me.
Any other discussions or questions?
So just to clarify though, that anyone who is viewing tonight can see the proposed budget. And I believe that was June 26th, if I'm correct, so it will be on our website under June 25th,
Thursday,
let me get it right. So it was Thursday, June 25th, so that will be, it is posted on our website for anyone who would like to view that. The supporting PowerPoint is there as well.
And also just a quick note that nobody should feel dumb because they don't understand what they're looking at. I just want to say that. It's very complicated and that's why it's good to, I mean,
It's much easier.
you're very good when you go through it, but if you can't sit there and ask questions to clarify, it's just not gonna make sense.
And it's
to a
much
lot.
easier, to sit down with it in front of you so that we can have that conversation. And there's backup documentation to support numbers as well. So
Absolutely.
if there are any questions, again, my contact information is always on the budget forms, and it actually does stress that if the public has questions, to email or contact my
Right.
office.
Well, I think the fact that there's no questions during the budget after you do your presentation is, you know, an ode to your work ethic and how you presented the information. Mrs. Alliard can't even come up with a question, huh? Uh-huh. You're doing good, Mike. Very different from how it was just 6 years ago, so any questions that people have, there are answers forthcoming.
That's correct.
Are we ready to vote on 6.3?
Nicole Cohen,
Yes.
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Archana Alliar,
Yes.
Lisa Roman,
Item 6.4 is the approval of the toolbox resource for school counselors. It's presented by Mr. Gardner.
Madam President, governing board members, it is recommended that the board approve Toolbox as the resource to assist the elementary counselors in developing a social and emotional learning program for grades K-6 in the Lake Havasu Unified School District. The Havasu Unified School District applied for the school safety grant in September of 2019. The district received confirmation of approval of its application from the Arizona Department of Education, subsequently hired 3 elementary counselors. LHUSD envisions specific collaborative activities for the new elementary school counselor program that will actively engage community organizations enhance support and provide additional resources to improve school safety. New elementary school counselors will implement a proactive program that engages students and families. A committee reviewed 3 social and emotional learning programs. The committee consisted of parents, teachers, principals, counselors, and a director. The committee came to a consensus and recommended the board approve the Toolbox project as a resource for the district counselors. Toolbox is a simple and practical metaphor directing children to the experience and awareness of 12 innate tools that already exist inside them. Toolbox naturally encourages social equity through empathy, understanding, and 12 skills or practices to navigate the complexities of everyday life. It is an inside-out approach that emphasizes children's ability to manage their own emotional, social, and academic success by giving them access to the inner tools that empower them. Toolbox provides a common language shared by students, staff, and parents. Toolbox addresses the trauma and or adverse childhood experience called ACEs, Children Experience in Life. Counselors will use this resource when developing lessons for classrooms, parent presentations, small groups, and individual counseling opportunities. This has been approved by the business department not to exceed $20,000.
Do I have a motion on item 6.4?
I move to approve item 6.4.
Second.
Discussion or questions?
So when we approved to go forward with this grant, and this is the problem with taking any government money, is that you're locked into what they want. So we have to purchase now this boxed, state-approved solution for our counselors. Is that correct? In order to get the money to pay for the counselors?
Well, as part of the safety grant, we had to look at how we're going to utilize the funds that were made available, and then there is the accountability piece on what are you doing with those funds specifically. So when we looked at that, the idea was we need to have some kind of supporting resource for these counselors. Otherwise, we would be asking them to come in and start a job. They're not sure how that looks.
But they're counselors. Yep. They're supposed to know that job, right? So, and I only say that because when I voted for that, I'm pretty sure I voted for that. I thought it was counseling, meaning counseling as I knew it, not curriculum, groups. I went through all 3 of the program's websites, and this is definitely the least offensive of the other, of all 3. But I didn't know this was going to be lessons for the classroom. I thought it was a safety grant for counselors that would be able to counsel our students as they went to a counselor. And am I wrong in misinterpreting that? Is this just something I don't know because I don't know? Or did I miss it?
Well, I don't have the actual application in front of me. It was 15 or 16 pages.
Right.
I do know that we decided as an admin team collectively that we wanted to investigate how we would support the trauma that children are experiencing at our schools. We've never had counselors at that level before. So we're trying to streamline this so there's a connection with the counselors, not only at the elementary, but the middle and high school, and that there's one common language that we're all speaking, and how can we assist parents with children that are struggling, so we can have a connection with parents and that counselor as well. Again, you have to have a resource that they share that's common, so that was a decision we made.
So the only concern that I have is, and I don't have it marked in here, so I probably read it on the website. They've got a 1-pager, and it's not in here, where it's got, the 12 different
Tools.
Yeah, the 12 different tools. And it talks about using the right words. And it wasn't in the context of, don't curse or be mean. It was concerning for me that there is such a thing as right words if you're counseling a student. But again, this is curriculum, so that wasn't my understanding when we were gonna do this. And then my next question is, what are we doing with this data? We're gonna collect data on these kids. And are we gonna enter that into the Safe Schools? Into the longitudinal data system at the state?
The grant requires that we have to do a end of the year report, so it's not so much as per student as in how many incidences or how much services were provided as far as groups and looking at that contact information. AZ Safe is still used for special education. They're not uploading that data for all students. We do have to do a yearly report that's required for the federal government, and the state does use the AZ Safe for collecting that regarding our special education population, that we have to do mandatory reporting. And again, looking at that piece, so that system's still used, but that's not the system we're using for this program. We have a report from the grant. We'll be collecting information as we always do regarding discipline incidents in our own student information system. When there are those nature of infractions, those disciplinary reports help us to determine how best to use this resource, these counselors. When we wrote the grant, we did write it for individual, small group, and even class issues. Because what principals do discover at the elementary, we start to see things happening at certain grades. And when they start to look at, we're having an issue that's at grade level or a school-wide issue, we have to go back and kind of reteach, like through PBIS, go back to those pro-social skills. If it's just a small group, then we're working with that small group on helping to introduce those positive behavior skills that we want them to be able to demonstrate. And most of the times, because kids just don't have it, we have to develop.
So this information will not go into AZ Safe.
We're only using AZ Safe at this time to upload the mandatory special education reporting data. The state is not requiring us, we're not using the AZ Safe for all of our students, so that's not what it's gonna be. But we do have to collect data that's required for the grant for them to be able to do their reporting to see how effective the program is.
So will this come back to the board before it's implemented, like once the counselors get a hold of this toolbox and we see, I'd like to see examples. I mean, I saw what they had on there, but this is really concerning for me because as somebody, you know, I would say a mentor of sorts in my life stated it this way: we're gonna train kids how to train their parents, and that is a concern. You know, we don't discuss the competing worldviews that go on between the schools and the homes, and so when we're doing this in a group setting and we're not doing it one-on-one because somebody's having an issue, and I get the whole class thing, that's different. You know, if you've got a whole class issue and you want to do something as a group, that's fine, but when you're pulling kids from a class to meet in a special group, I don't know that that's actually in the best interest of the kids at all. And then submitting that data, which, you know, my fears on that, it seems to be very detailed, not just about the student, but the family. And the families, I don't think, understand that. Everybody thinks about school as what it was when they went to school. And I know when I went into my counselor, which happened often because I was such a troublemaker, it was one-on-one. And maybe that stuff was going to the state, I don't know, but it was one-on-one. If I had emotional issues and now I gotta sit in a group and I gotta work out these emotional issues and I gotta use the right words, well, now this is a whole different thing than what I thought it was. So I would like to see what it is how they're gonna go about that when the time comes.
Is there something in this material that leads you to believe that the program is being used to train kids to train their parents?
Well, it's on the website. I just gave you an example of using the right words. It says what right words are we talking about? I'd like to see an example of what they mean by that.
Brad, correct me if I'm wrong, I was on this committee. That, using the right words, I believe that refers to teaching children in situations where they're very upset and they're angry. Take a deep breath, and once they
It wasn't that context.
It wasn't, and
No.
Can you think what it was?
No, but I mean, I could tell you afterwards. I don't want to sit and make
Okay.
everybody wait, but it's on their website that I was reading about using the right words. And like I said, it wasn't in the context of you know, don't say mean things and don't be
Okay.
whatever. It was a different context about using the right words, so, anyways. That's all.
And this program was chosen in conjunction with the input of school counselors, correct?
Yes.
So we're not springing them on this, they've had time to thoroughly review the materials.
Well, I'm glad they voted for this one of the three, I'll tell you that right now.
Anything else from our board? Think we're ready to go?
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Archana Allier,
Yes.
Nicole Cohen,
No,
Lisa Roman,
Yes. Item 6.5 is the approval of requested high school novella, and it's presented by Mr. Gardner.
Madam President, Governing Board, it is recommended the Governing Board approve the novella We Have Always Lived in the Castle by Shirley Jackson for the high school English department. The Lake Havasu Unified School District is in the process of reviewing curriculum. This ongoing work involves identifying essential standards by grade level and the resources requested to assist teachers in teaching those standards. A goal of the Educational Services Department is to provide an annual review and update to the board of requested resources. The high school English department has requested the addition of the novella We Have Always Lived in the Castle as a resource for 9th grade English. The novella aligns with the short story unit taught in freshman English, and it supports the development of many literary concepts, including figurative language, tone, mood, characterization, setting, and plot. And it introduces a new literary concept, the anti-hero. The Lexile of this novella is 980, with recommended Lexile for freshman literary selections to consider the 1100 to 1125 plus as baselines. It does meet the recommended text complexity expectations outlined within the revised Arizona English Language Arts standards. I have included the Lake Havasu High School English Department rationale in the board packet.
Do I have a motion on item 6.5?
I so move. Second.
Discussion or questions?
so discussion and questions. Sorry, Brad.
All right.
I don't understand how this short story fits in with our mission of scholarship, character, and humanity. In light of what we just voted on with the counselors, the racial challenge, the mental health issues that we have, I don't understand why we're introducing a short story that talks about a 12 and a 14-year-old murdering their family. I think it's morbid. I don't know why we're not introducing anything good to our kids. It's this constant onslaught under the guise of, well, they need to be entertained, and this is entertaining for them. I'm horrified that we list Tony Soprano as part of the justification or example of the anti-hero. I don't know why we're introducing a new literary concept, the anti-hero. It's very concerning for me. I don't know why this didn't go to a curriculum committee. I don't know why, a lot of things. I don't know why we're gonna focus our kids on themes about guilt, betrayal, isolation, identity, family, and gender roles. It just seems all too academic,
Okay.
educational of the times, and I don't get it,
So can I respond?
please.
I want to remain neutral as a neutral party. My goal here was to provide transparency. When we started to revisit our essential standards, we also started to look at what are our resources, what are we using, what have we been using, how are they adopted, etc. And so to provide transparency, I've provided a list that was approved, and we update that so they're not just getting a resource and saying, I want this, and then secretly somebody goes out and buys it. It's to be presented in front of you, and I'd like you to make the decision on why you believe this is either a yay or a nay. There is a rationale I asked so that they get feedback on if it's approved, what was the good news or what was the bad news. And then they will be asked, or that information will be shared with them. So this person did provide this rationale, why it was selected, And I said I would present that to the board as part of our transparency push.
Okay, so Shirley Jackson, the author, is not one of my favorite authors. I didn't like Edgar Allan Poe. I never liked this Gothic type of literature myself. So I was really curious myself. So I got the book and I read it. And I spent the weekend reading the book. I used to teach English at the college level. And, teachers are always trying to find some material where they can teach literary techniques to students, because they are techniques, they're concepts, and students just don't recognize those at first and see how they're helping create a character or the theme or plot or whatever. They really have to usually be taught that. So I was quite elated that almost from the very beginning, it sounds very morbid, and after you've read the book and you think about it, it is morbid. But most literature, unfortunately, whether it's The Grapes of Wrath or The Scarlet Letter, Moby Dick, whatever, Melville, Hawthorne, I mean, it's not pretty. It's the human experience. And this is one of those. As I read it, I thought, oh my gosh, who is this narrator? This is this girl. There's something that seems off about her, and that you're not sure. The whole thing is a mystery, and there is a reference to this murder, but you're not sure who did it as you read it. And it unfolds, the characters unfold, and the murder doesn't take place in front of them. The kids don't read about it, it's just referred to. And so yes, it is dark, but one of the most important things to read, whether you're reading something from Time magazine or the newspaper or whatever, is who's narrating this, who is telling this story. And it's like part of critical thinking. And we call that in literature, is this narrator reliable? Can we trust this narrator to be telling us the truth? And actually, probably like in My Antonia, probably Willa Cather was really telling the truth about her own experiences. But when you have fiction, in this case, you learn, you just keep thinking, okay, who's telling the truth in this story? And you get the idea, you understand what the unreliable narrator is. Now that's in 9th grade. And then I like the way that this was broken out, because in 11th grade, they're going to be introduced to the unreliable narrator again. It's not just random literature being selected. At least because the way it fits into 9th and then 11th grade, there's a pattern here. It's thought out how they want to do it. So, am I ever going to read this story again? I'm really not going to read it again, but I can see it. The atmosphere. If I wanted to be a writer, or a high school student who would love to write, to see the atmosphere, to see all of this, the crack in the sidewalk, metaphor. I mean, just to see you just know these things represent something, and kids don't see that right away. So to have something that's pretty obvious, but not right away to kids, really helps helps teachers teach these concepts to kids. So I'm kind of on the same page with you. But
I'm just confused because it was my understanding when we went through the whole curriculum committee that when it came to English, that freshman was ancient literature.
Ancient literature.
I have it on my curriculum notes. Is that wrong?
Well, normally you have world literature your sophomore year, then you have
British
junior lit your junior year, and then you have British lit your senior year. Freshman is pretty much a comprehensive introduction to a wide variety of literary selections.
Okay. Well, then I need to adjust my list because it's not listed. The link is broken on the website in the handbook too. So I have ancient literature, British, American, and modern as our breakdown from our curriculum committee.
For each grade, 9th is ancient.
Yep.
On.
Yep. So freshman is anything goes.
I don't know if anything goes is the way to put it.
Well, you said it was open, it was a hodgepodge or
Genre studies.
genre studies, okay. So my concern is, and I get what you're saying, and I only read I don't even read, I don't read fiction at all. There's not enough time to get to the fiction. But nothing since I've been on this board has been good, uplifting. There's always this dark side of it. And we are living dark right now. And so this is my concern. Especially this particular one. I'm not saying that there's no redeeming quality to it, but when our minds are still undeveloped, maybe it's just not the best thing that we can pick right now. In addition to the summer reading lists for the third year in a row that has not been approved by the board.
We did approve
We
it.
did approve the
Yes.
summer reading list?
We did.
Is that when we argued over Trevor Noah?
Yes.
So I voted no on that too. See, it's just this constant, I don't understand. I look at the Hillsdale and I look at what they're reading. They're still, reading about the dark side of history, but it's not current. You know what I mean? It's not.
This isn't either. This was written in the 50s.
Oh, I understand.
I did read this too, by the way. I would wonder, do you have the same objections about teaching Edgar Allan Poe?
I have not read any of this. I'm not professing. I'm talking from a common sense standpoint. I'm talking about we're going to our community to get funding for Rachel's Challenge because we have a suicide problem, and then we're continuing to put dark themes in front of our kids. We might not want to do that. We might want to insert something good, uplifting, during this time, instead of this constant, I don't see where there's a lot of discerning going on out there. So what we've been doing in literature might not be working so well.
So,
And I don't know what that is. I'm not saying I have the answers.
I
I'm
think
just
you-
tired of seeing the darkness.
I think the best thing is always to pose these questions.
Sure.
I happen to think it's a very legitimate question. For example, if you read The Grapes of Wrath, it's really dark because people went for it. But by the end, things still aren't, they're not, but they're resilient, they're holding on, they're sticking to it. You're proud to be a human being. You hope that if you ever had to go through something like that you could do that too. It's inspirational in that way. This was not inspirational.
Yeah, I can't imagine it would be.
So what you posed is an important question, and it certainly is to me. The answer is that for whatever reason, the ninth grade teachers think this would be good to teach the standards and the skills, and trying to look around for one piece of literature in ninth grade, to do that must not be easy to do. And they seem to think that this will help them a great deal. So I'm going to vote yes, but I still think your question is very worthwhile.
Well, and one of the statements in here is the author of this novella is a woman, Shirley Jackson. As part of the rationale, it says, I find it pertinent to have text written by women so that the students can make comparisons between the perspectives of male and female authors within a genre. So I'm kind of relying on an assumption here, but I believe that that part of the appeal of this particular work is that they can compare and contrast with the works of Edgar Allan Poe, because I do believe in 8th grade they read some of Edgar Allan Poe, and so that sets them up to make the comparison. How does a male write from within the Gothic genre versus how might a female approach that same genre? So I do like, it wasn't the best story I've ever read, but I did like it from the standpoint of setting up that discussion, because I think that that's a higher level thought process and critique and analysis that we want to be encouraging our students to be able to make. That is the type of thing that they would be expected to do in a college course. So I do feel like that's appropriate.
I'm glad I heard all your views, because to me it seems very dark, and given the times we are in right now, as a kid I wouldn't have liked to be exposed to this. So, I see the other points of view and, you know, I see both sides and I don't have enough of a sense as an educator and I don't know what the other books are that are being taught at the same time, you know, to balance this darkness out. But yes, it is certainly very dark at a dark time in our history.
It is dark, but it takes place prior to the beginning of the story. It's not described in any sort of gory detail. This is not pulled for anything like that. It's not off camera because that's for movies, but it happens. It takes, like I said, it takes place before the novel even starts, and then just makes reference to it. So I don't want to set it up as like it's this big gory description
No,
of something.
you start out and you know this character just is off in some way, you just don't know what. And you know, but our students don't often get exposed to characters who are probably really mentally ill. And in this, I would guess that this character is really mentally ill. I mean, it's, you know, when you talk about humanity, for kids to, you know, to understand that there are actually people out there who see the world in a totally different way, I think it does expose them to something that they need to know, to realize that is out there.
But in the rationale, it says it's introducing this new literary concept, the anti-hero.
Well, maybe new to them.
New.
It's
so
not new. It's not a new invention. I mean,
Well, no, I
anti-heroes
didn't
have
mean that, but I meant in aligning our standards. So,
Well, you don't like, you know, I don't like Tony Soprano. I mean, I understand, but if you say that to the kids, Walter White or Dirty Harry or whatever, Jack Bauer, they are not your traditional heroes. They go out and they will do whatever they have to do to get the mission done. And they're not, you know, the cowboy and the white hat hero.
so these sisters come out as heroes at the end?
Say that again?
Do these sisters come out as some sort of
No.
anti-hero hero at the end?
No, but they're not heroes. I wouldn't call them heroes at all. For instance, in my Antonia, the little girl is, I would call her heroic because she sticks with the program, she survives. But in this type of novel, this girl is not trying to do anything like that. She's not trying to be better or make herself stronger or whatever. She's enduring. But we call this kind of character an anti-hero, just as opposite to what we think of as a hero. Think of a book where you think of someone as a hero, or a TV show, you know. And you try to explain this to the kids, and the teacher says, have any of you ever seen Jack Bowery on 24 or whatever? And a lot of the kids will have to say, okay, now you're pulling for him. Now think about that. Look at all the things that he does to get his mission done, you know. You're really pulling for him. But is he what you would really call a hero, like a military officer having to do what he has to do? I mean, it's just kind of this discussion, but it's not what I call a hero. I mean, Moby Dick, Captain Ahab, was he a hero? I mean, Melville introduced kind of an anti-hero for me. It's just, I grew up in the world that I knew about was light and happy, and everybody was good. That's the world I grew up in until I got in high school, and somebody told me that The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich was on a certain shelf in the library, and go read these pages. And that's when I was opened up to the way the world really is. And I never knew anything about it. And it was horrible, horrible to know what people are capable of doing. I wish I had known. That's affected me ever since. I wish I had known earlier in my life that things are not all flower and sweet and everything works out well.
I'm gonna say a majority of our students are fully aware of
I
that
think you're
at
right.
a very young age,
And I think you're right.
which is
Now.
why it
Yeah.
concerns me. Anyways, did we stop, notifying the board, like, for my whole time on this board, when there was a committee and a board member sat on it, the whole board knew that. There's been a lot of committee work done where I hear after the fact that everybody but me has served on it, so I'm just curious.
Well, it couldn't be everybody but you, because then we would have a forum, so that would.
No, I don't mean at the same time, I'm saying in a different capacity with a different working group, and that used to be announced. I would just say going forward, maybe we shouldn't be proposing this after the work's been done. You know, like, obviously they've probably done work on this. And maybe the English department would wanna know from parents and family members ideas of short stories, because I guarantee you that I could come up with a short story written by a female that would serve a better purpose than this one. I would make it my mission, and I know I could. But we don't get those opportunities. We get presented this, or we get presented a book in the moment, and there's no thought about what's best for our kids. How does this fit in? Well, I see how it fits in the rationale, but I don't think this is good. I don't think we should be exploring this theme in this kind of way just constantly. When you go and you look at the honors reading for the summer, every single one fits a real-time narrative that all you have to do is turn on your TV and you hear it every day. And then this is about, you know, whatever you say, I believe you. I'm not questioning. I'm glad it's written by a woman. I'm glad she was a Jew. I'm sorry that she was had to turn over all her money to her husband and she was oppressed. Tear down the patriarchy. I mean, that's what I see when I look at this stuff. I'm looking at how it mirrors.
Is that her personal history?
Yeah,
That
it
you're
was,
referring to?
I read about it.
Okay.
And I don't mean the term Jew derogatory. I'm married to a Jew. So, I'm just saying that there's this narrative that's going on, and maybe it would be nice to have some input from the public before we put something in front of our kids to read, because I know we could do better than this. Maybe not in this moment, maybe they've already done the work on it. I mean, I'm voting no on it. There's no way I could vote for this. Even though I haven't read it, it doesn't matter. Just based on the rationale, I could not vote on it. But it can't be an afterthought. Like, we can't be in this position. Otherwise,
This rationale is not the result of an afterthought. This rationale is the result of careful thought put into promoting scholarship of our students, which is one of the tenets of our mission statement. This does represent a lot of work, and
that's what I'm
I
saying.
don't
A lot of
agree-
work went into it.
Well, hold on. I don't agree with the idea that we would put forth a novel without the work having been done first, because then all of these types of questions that we have wouldn't be answerable. I don't, I think your timing is a little bit off.
When
We
you
just
put-
had books put in front of us without rationale, that does not work.
When you put this kind of work, I'm not doubting that work went into it. I'm saying it did. And then it's presented to the board, and you have two choices. You vote it down and you say, you wasted your time with all your hard work and in your, experienced field, or you pass it even though you don't feel good about it, right? Those are the two choices.
I'm passing it and I do feel good about it. You have not
Well,
considered
you
that
feel good
option.
about every agenda that is shoved down our kids' throats, so that doesn't surprise me.
You're mischaracterizing my position.
I'm not. You have been on the opposite side of every single curriculum piece of, or every single curriculum agenda item that's come before you sat opposite of me. And you've held the complete opposite opinion. So then
Because
why am I
I've actually read the book,
mischaracterizing?
I've actually read the books that we're being asked to make a decision about.
That's great.
Yes, that's why I think that accounts for some of the reason that I come up with the opposite point of view on some of these novels, because I've actually read them.
Okay. Maybe it is.
Okay.
Maybe it's because you were trained as a teacher too. So you
I
know
was
what's
not
right.
trained as a teacher.
Huh?
I was not trained as a teacher.
Oh, I thought you subbed. for
I did
us.
sub as a teacher, that's not the same thing as being trained as a teacher.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I'm sorry. Let's move on. Let's go ahead and take the vote.
Yes, unless I feel like the two of us have had quite a bit to say, anything else?
Martina Avila,
Yes.
Nicole Cohen,
Absolutely not.
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Lisa Romo.
Yes. Item 6.6 is the approval of the 2020-2021 LHUSD roadmap to reopening plan. And it's presented by Dr. Stone and Mrs. Wolter.
Madam President, members of the board, it is recommended that the governing board approve the 2021 LHUSD roadmap to reopening plan, a comprehensive emergency plan to address the successful reopening of school due to COVID-19 pandemic is needed to address the safety of students, staff, and our community, and to minimize the disruption to the learning and educational process during this time. A task force was created with representation of certified, classified, and administration to assist in the development of this plan using input and feedback from parents and staff obtained through surveys. LHUSD will continue to collaborate and coordinate with local authorities such as, but not limited to, Arizona Department of Education, Mojave County Health Department, Havasu Regional Medical Center, and Lake Havasu City and Arizona State authorities. LHUSD will actively monitor data and guidance from local, state, and federal agencies to implement steps and procedures as they are needed. We recognize the need for uniform parameters and considerations that are specific enough to be actionable but broad enough to be adaptable. As stated above, this plan will be reviewed and updated ongoing as more data and resources become available. This document was adopted from the June 2020 ADE roadmap for reopening schools, guidance for preparing for and conducting a successful reentry into school year 2020-2021, and the trust template prepared by the law firm of Udall Shumway LLC. The plan is included as an annex to the district emergency operation plan, which is available for the board to review. In addition, this group worked to make a more user-friendly version for students and employees, and that has been provided to the board this evening in hard copy. I do have a presentation. I don't know if you make a motion first or if I do a presentation first.
We'll make a motion, yeah. Do I have a motion on item 6.6?
I move that we propose it.
I'll second.
Tonight I'm sharing the plan that has been developed over the last month. I want to preface this by sharing that information around this evolving health crisis changes regularly, and as changes are required, we will communicate that as soon as possible. The governor has currently pushed back the start of in-person learning until August 17th. We are awaiting guidance from the ADE, which is expected on Wednesday, as to how this impacts our school year. Currently, staff will be returning as expected, and we will begin the year by providing a great deal of training around the processes and protocols that will be in place for safety and instruction. In the event that we need to adjust any calendar days, we will bring that to the board for approval. We gathered a variety of stakeholder input and want to thank our task force members and the parents and staff who provided input via the district surveys that were completed in June. We want everyone to know that your voices were heard and valued throughout the process, but we also know that not everyone will agree with all parts of the plan. That being said, we continue to be focused on the safety and well-being of all students and staff. The parent survey was completed by 1,600 parents, and as you can see from this slide, we had participation at every grade level, pre-K through 12, and from all sites. When asked if parents were planning to send their children back to school, 74% said yes, 3% said no, and 23% said possibly. Most noting from the possibly category that they are anxious about the current status of COVID-19, and they would be waiting to see both our final plan and the status of the virus when we reopen. We asked how parents would like their children to receive instruction. 67% said face-to-face, 7% said online, and 26% said blended with some face-to-face and some online. Overall, the general concerns expressed by parents was the need for their students to return to a normal experience with access to their teachers and friends, while at the same time providing for a healthy environment to the extent possible. The staff survey was completed by 308 staff members, and as you can see from this slide, we had participation from all sites and representation from certified support and administrative staff. When asked about returning to school, 99% of our staff reported that they are expecting to return to school. The overall concerns presented in the staff survey were ensuring that we are providing a healthy learning environment and that students who are sick remain at home. Early on, the task force looked at 3 options for instruction: in person, blended with some days on site and some days at home, and online. With the large majority of our families choosing in person and the need to provide support for those students who choose online instruction, we will not have a blended option at the start of the school year. As with all parts of this plan, things may be adjusted as necessary in the future. In-person learning will be 5 days per week for all pre-K through 12 students. Recess, lunch, and specials will all be provided with some added protocols to support a healthy learning environment. Students will be able to participate in athletics, clubs, and activities as available. Students who are absent will be able to access their work through Google Classroom for the duration of the time they are at home. Students participating in this option, in-person learning, may choose to transition to the online learning platform at any time. In-person learning is our choice for all students, as we believe that students receive the most benefit when they are in a classroom with their teacher. However, currently we are concerned that the governor's order pushing back in-person learning to August 17th may go even longer. In order to get students back on track with schooling, we are considering opening with our original start date of August 3rd, utilizing our distance learning plan. This plan looks different from the spring closure, as there will be required minutes for work and assignments and assessments that will be graded like in-person learning. We will have a final decision regarding this start date by the end of the week. Online learning will be available for all students grades K through 12. This option will also be 5 days per week and supervised by district teachers. Students will be placed in classes by their teacher at the elementary level or by their school counselor at the middle and high school levels. There is a required amount of time that students are expected to be engaged in the learning platform. New content and instruction will be delivered with graded work and assessments. Students may transition to in-person learning at the end of the quarter or semester. The online learning platform will be discussed later this evening in item 613. And in order to make sure we are fully prepared to support students with this option, we will need families to register their students for online learning. Parents can look for a registration link on the website tomorrow. Just so you are aware, the sooner we have this information, the better we can plan for your students. Anyone participating in online learning can also participate in athletics, clubs, and activities as they are available. We recognize that other opportunities provide avenues for students to pursue their interests and gain other valuable experiences. At this time, there will be a number of opportunities that are suspended as we begin the school year. For athletics at the high school, we will follow the AIA guidelines as they continue to evolve. Middle school athletics will be suspended for the first semester. For clubs and activities, in-person and after-school clubs and activities, as well as large gathering school events, will be suspended for the first quarter unless they meet the physical distancing requirements. Virtual events will be encouraged, and as we discussed earlier, we will have some parameters around what that looks like. And field trips are also suspended for the first semester. There are a number of additional safety measures we are putting in place to provide a healthy learning environment. Building entry will be limited to no more than 4 access points, with hand sanitizing stations provided at each access point. After 8 a.m., there will only be 1 entry point per site. Parents will be asked to the extent possible to remain in their cars during parent drop-off. Visitors and volunteers will be limited to those providing for the safety and well-being of their child or those who are directly serving students. Cleaning protocols remain in place, with all frequently touched surfaces being cleaned at least daily per the CDC guidelines. Staff will educate and remind students throughout the day to thoroughly wash and sanitize their hands, cover their coughs and sneezes, and observe physical distancing to the extent possible. Face coverings are welcomed at all sites, but not required. Staying home when you are sick is the key to keeping our school community healthy. It is vital that our parents partner with us and monitor their students' health prior to coming to school each day. Our parents are the first line of defense, and we are asking that if your child or children are experiencing a fever of 100.4 or higher, respiratory issues, or coughing, please keep them at home. There will be times when students or staff develop symptoms at school. In that event, they will report to the nurse's office where they will be assessed in an isolation room. Parents will be called to pick up students. The area will be cleaned and disinfected prior to others using the room. The student or staff member will need to monitor symptoms and return to school when symptom-free for 24 to 72 hours. Specific information about returning to school would be provided to each student or staff member prior to leaving campus. We recognize that school attendance may look different this year as students and families navigate the situation. To alleviate some concern, our school handbooks will be amended for the 2021 school year to ensure there are no negative consequences for students who miss school for COVID-related symptoms. In addition, citizenship grades will not take attendance into consideration, and attendance awards will be suspended for the 2021 school year. This is the elementary version of exemptions. The following slide is our middle school. And the following slide is our high school.
Would you mind going back to the middle school one just briefly?
So moving forward, our school community can expect communication about our processes and protocols via our website and social media. Tonight's information will be posted tomorrow along with the roadmap for students, parents, and employees as approved. And as information is updated, we will also communicate via text and email to our parents and email to our staff. We are looking forward to seeing all staff and students soon and greatly appreciate the support they have all shown so far in this process.
Does that conclude your presentation? I did have one question. I wanted to make sure that I understood correctly. So if someone starts out in person, they can change to online at any time. But if they start out online, they do have to wait until the end of that quarter to switch to in person if that's what they choose to do.
And that would really be determined by their school site and their teacher to make sure that the pacing is correct so they aren't coming into a classroom that hasn't received the information that they've already worked through, just to make sure pacing is correct and they're entering at a correct time.
I noticed that item 6.13, you're going to give a presentation on online learning, a new program. So could you give us a distinction, make a distinction between online learning and distance learning? And Zoom was, when the students used Zoom, that was distance learning.
It was. This year, our distance learning plan will actually be through Google Classroom.
Which is a lot better.
It is the format that we have, that our teachers are familiar with and have been using.
Okay, I thought they had used Zoom last.
They used a blend, actually. Zoom was a very strong communication system for everybody to have access to.
Oh,
The Google Classroom allows more of that educational platform and being able to embed more things and be
Okay.
more organized.
okay. So, so what your question was about distance learning, right? When you, not online learning, your question was about distance learning.
I've been using the term somewhat interchangeably.
That's what I wanted to.
Okay, so there is a clarification. The online learning is solely being put into the platform that it could be the platform that comes through 613. It could be another platform if that is not the choice. Distance learning is what we would use for all of our, the best way to describe it is our in-person learning students. If we were to need to close, they would access distance learning. So distance learning would be our teachers providing instruction through the Google Classroom platform, as well as their assignments and assessments that needed to be graded and things of that nature.
Okay, so then would you repeat if a student starts with distance learning, he has to stay with it until the end of did you say the quarter or the semester? What did you say that?
It would depend on the class,
Okay.
whether they would stay in for the quarter or for the semester.
Okay, however, if he starts in the classroom, he may at any time use the distance learning.
They could transfer to the online platform.
Oh, they get transferred to the online platform. Okay, all right. I'm glad I clarified that.
No
Thank
problem. I have a question, so, since the governor pushed it back by 2 weeks, the start date. So for the first 2 weeks, you're saying it will all be distance learning?
So what we're waiting for is some information from the ADE. We do not know if we have any other options. Currently, the guidance that we have received is that if you do not choose to start on August 3rd online, we would have to find those 10 days and make them up in the calendar at some point. That may be waived, we don't know that, so we are waiting for that guidance to make a determination.
So whether it's waived or not, would you be able to cover everything if you didn't have those 10 days?
If it were waived, there are options to open for the 170 days, meeting the required clock hours.
I see, so longer hours, basically.
Has the governor given approval yet if we want to start on August the 3rd?
Yes, his only option for starting on the 3rd is if you are using your distance learning plan.
Okay, so we would have to make a decision if that's what we're going to do. And when would we make that decision by?
We would like to make a recommendation to you by the end of the week.
This week?
Yes,
Okay.
So we will be holding a special session sometime in the near future.
we would be requesting a special session.
Any other questions?
So, there's no science that supports us doing anything but a full-fledged opening with no restrictions. There's no science to support us not opening our schools at a delayed fashion on the 17th. That's fine, the governor wants to wield his power. But there is no data that anybody can show me or send me that states it's unsafe for our kids. Zero. And yet here we are normalizing, jumping through hoops, using Google, who's suppressing our First Amendment every single day as our platform. I think it's outrageous. I mean, I wasn't for the shutdown when it happened, but I understood the paranoia because God forbid it was going to be in the millions. But now we are continuing to gin up fear every single day in our country with no data. Everybody says, look at the data. There's no data to support this modification at all. Now I understand if there's staff that are that have immunocompromised systems and they feel uncomfortable, but the idea that we would change the normal course of events for any of our students is absolutely outrageous and ludicrous.
Well, I think that we are responding to the survey that we sent out to our parents.
But the parents are relying on the same government organization we are, the CDC. The CDC, the one that a couple months ago said, don't wear masks that we pass out, don't wear them. Now wear them. They might work, they might not work. We're gonna lose millions. No, we're not.
Nationwide, we are in the millions of cases.
Cases is one thing, but if you're gonna use if that's gonna be your measurement, we better just already make a plan to shut down in November. Because the flu affects more people than this has so far. Please show me your data, because I got Dr. Atlas, who's a health policy expert, and from Stanford University, and I'm looking at his data, and I'm listening to his podcast, actual data, and I sent the board a study from Penn State that said it's 80 times worse, the spread, than we originally thought. It doesn't matter how many cases. More testing, more cases. How many people are dying?
Do you have data that says that there have been millions of flu cases in a 4-month span of time? Because
I'm
that's
talking about
what
the death. I'm talking about
Oh,
the death.
I
not
thought we were
the-
talking about cases because that's what I said.
Well, that's what you said. I was talking about death. That's the measurement. How many people are dying?
So I don't wanna get too far in the
Well,
weeds on
we need to
this.
get too far into it because we've changed our whole entire country and we've swiped away everybody's liberties.
I would like
and
to
we're
finish my
not-
sentence.
But I
I
don't
don't
think.
wanna get too far.
I just
Excuse me
want
one
data.
second, sorry,
Okay.
both of you. Excuse me, but I don't think we are here to discuss whether it's, between the spectrum of where you two are talking about, where we are, because it's not up to us.
It is.
You have some.
No, it is.
You have some data, she has some data, I have some data, everyone has different.
Yeah, but I'm the only one who provides it.
No,
So where's your
I have
data?
not seen data from you.
Did I not send you this Penn State study?
You sent me an article from the Blaze,
No, I sent you an article that had the Penn State study linked in the article.
but it was from the Blaze. Do you dispute that?
No, I don't. Is that a problem?
Well, I'm just saying that the article was from the Blaze. It did cite the Penn State study. Is that Penn
It
State
linked
study,
to it.
has that Penn State study been published in a peer-reviewed medical journal?
Yes, it has.
Which one?
Good Lord, you didn't read it and you didn't look at
I
the
did
study.
read it. I did not see anything that indicated that it had been published in a peer-reviewed medical journal.
But also, I mean,
Can you
here we are talking about the CDC and such institutions, and you don't even want to believe them. Nobody knows what's happening. It's not like, oh, we've had COVID-19 before, so the CDC knows exactly how
We
to
do know what's
proceed.
happening. We have actual evidence now. Before it was based on bad models that they're still using to make everybody frightened. But now there's actual data because we've been locked down for how long? They actually have data.
What I'm trying to say is this is all very subjective,
No,
and I think, yeah, it is. I mean, you.
no, it's not.
Nicole, I do not pretend to be an immunologist, but
I
I
don't
am not
either.
going to pretend that you are one either.
I just
Okay.
want to see the science and the evidence that is the basis for what we're about to make a decision on, and I will tell you, there isn't any.
Yes, there is,
I would like
but
to,
you'll have to leave it there.
Then tell me where it is.
Madam President, Members of the Board, I do want to interject here. Our heart is having our kids in our classrooms. I think our plan addresses that in person. I think as a district, we're making that recommendation. But our governor has told us, we cannot open up and do that. So we're not gonna go against what our governor is telling us that we can or can't do. And again, we are gonna continue to monitor the guidance, because it is changing. Everything is changing, and we're gonna be very much monitoring that, because our intent is not to restrict things unnecessarily, but we do have to listen to our parents who did express their concerns. And we did listen to that, and we're looking at a plan that we feel that we can be successful. And again, we're not trying to do too many different things and not do any of them well. We don't know what the future is gonna hold. We have predictions on that piece. We have put things in place that are reasonable, that we feel that we can implement, taking the safety of our students and staff first and foremost. But the education process is at our heart, and what we're recommending is to open school with kids in the seat when the governor says we can do that, the Department of Education. We are an educational system, and unfortunately, many of the things we can or cannot do, our government, our legislatures dictate that, and we have to comply with those pieces.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
The governor, I didn't have a problem with the opening pushed back 2 weeks. That's not the thing. This is guidance. It's not a mandate. We've received no mandates because it's our job as a board, unless there's a mandate otherwise, correct? The guidelines for opening are guidelines,
Correct, and we actually took those guidelines, it's not a verbatim.
right?
We looked at this, here are examples for you to kind of look at. We looked at what was reasonable, what was feasible, what was best practice in situations. And again, we did not do a verbatim based on the Department of Education. As you probably are aware, face masks are being heavily recommended, and again, we're making a recommendation for families who choose, if that's what they feel that they need to do to keep their children safe and healthy, or staff members feel they need. But at the same time, it's a double-edged sword, and we wanna make sure that we're providing that support for our families and our staff. And again, tomorrow, the world can shift and change, and as you said, we're now being told we have to do A, then we have to monitor and adjust to do A.
And I don't want you to think that any of my aggravation or anger has anything to do with all the people who worked on this plan. It does not. But we're an educational institution who throws around these words like evidence and science, and nobody is demanding that somebody produce that evidence or science. And I'm telling you, I'm not an immunologist. I couldn't even write out the scientific method for you right now if I had to. But the science isn't there. And you've got Fauci, who is like a rock star now on all the TV shows, and he flip-flops constantly. And this is the guy that we're supposed to make decisions based on? He doesn't have the answers. He didn't have them then. He still doesn't have them now because he's not following the science. We have plenty of it now. The mortality rate of this is 0.1%. Children are not affected by this. And our parents should know that, because if they're tuning into the TV and they're watching our governor, or they're watching, you know, our mayor, God bless him, who just wants to keep everybody safe, but nobody is asking for the data underneath, because it's not there.
There have been cases involving children.
You know,
Have there not?
So we have to.
there have been children infected with the disease. It is very minute, and yes, the flu affects children way more than this does.
Okay,
But they're not even carriers. The data that these scientists from Stanford University, and this is conservative numbers, the data does not support us closing our schools. It doesn't support us modifying anything. It doesn't support masks at a maximum. If there are staff members or teachers that have immunocompromised situations, those people are the ones that we should make accommodations for. But our kids should be together. The harm, nobody has talked about, we've talked about the cases. What about the cost? You know, we've gone after this COVID, and I can't remember who I listened to say this today. I think it was Dr. Atlas. It was a, stop COVID at all costs. That's the plan. One life is too many. We'll just destroy everybody's life because one life is too many. We can't do that. And the science doesn't suggest that we should do that. So I'm looking at the cost of the lockdown. He went through the numbers of that. The cost of the lockdown, and this is how scientists.
But we're not talking about a lockdown. We're talking about reopening the schools.
I'm talking about, we're talking about reopening the schools on a very modified basis.
To comply with CDC guidelines and to keep everyone safe.
I
Do you have an
don't we don't
objection to
have to
keeping people safe?
comply with CDC if they're not going to provide science. They're not providing science. If you have science, please somebody send me the science. Send me the report that CDC sent out to all the school districts telling them this is why we're recommending it. They change their recommendations every week. We cannot operate like that, nor should we.
So sometimes when you take in more information, you do change your guidelines as a result of that. That is what
Absolutely.
the science does.
Except we have done that. We have taken in all this information and it does not support what we're proposing.
It does in the sense that there are a lot of unknowns out there still. And the idea is to act in an abundance of caution, to reopen the schools in a way that's safe and still provides an opportunity for educational growth for all students. And that takes into account people who would feel safest staying at home and learning online.
Well, I would suggest that any parent that is looking at this plan, now there's parents who might be fine with it, and that's fine. But there's a lot of parents that are not fine with it. Let me
But then
finish.
no, they can send their kids to school though. They do have that option.
Send their kids to school so they can be kept apart, so they can totally change their natural, the way they mature the way they interact with each other, you are normalizing this hysteria by not demanding the science, is what I'm saying. There should be a demand. We demand evidence, right? Wasn't that what Common Core was all about? We are gonna show the evidence. We're gonna demand the evidence. There is zero evidence.
So again, with
You
a
cannot
novel
have
corona-
evidence when there's something so fluid.
No. It
No,
was
what
fluid
is
in
going-
January,
No, it is
February,
still
and March.
It's
This
not going
is
to-
July.
It's not going to stop being fluid just because
Well, then there's a point in time where you have to look at the cost benefit.
I agree.
And the cost
I agree.
is far higher than the benefit.
Well, I don't know about that because that's
Well, I
a
do.
subjective thing.
No,
you
it's
don't-
not objective.
no,
This is
no.
based on empirical
I
evidence.
would ask that both
and
people
benefit.
speak one at a time.
No, I don't want to be lectured to unless somebody's gonna submit some evidence. I've submitted some evidence.
Nicole, we're going to have to make a decision.
I'm saying
whether
make
we
the
have-
decision to open up based on the science. That's what I'm saying.
But we're going to have to make a decision without that science.
Why?
Because
That's outrageous.
we're in the middle of this. The science is not going to come out, and the real science is not going to come out until a certain point of time. It's just all moving, it's all changing now, it's mutating. I mean, it's.
What?
The virus, it's.
Yes.
it's
You should
running-
send the studies, both of you. Send the studies on the mutation.
Have you seen any of the stories?
I've been reading through
I
this.
really would just like to finish my question.
That's fine.
Have you seen any of the studies coming out that saying that even amongst the recovered patients, they are coming back with abnormal lung scans? Have you seen any of those stories coming out?
I've seen lots of stories.
And I agree, so if you're gonna make the point that anecdotes are not data, I will agree with you. Anecdotal evidence is not the same as having actual data points. If that's your point, I do agree with you, okay? But at this point, again, acting out of an abundance of caution, we are doing the best that we can with the information that we have in front of us. We are relying, or at least I will be relying on the CDC guidelines to guide my vote, because it is the best information that I have in front of me. I don't have another organization saying, according to our research, COVID is no big deal. I do not see any studies that suggest that that is the case, at least nothing that's been published, again, in a peer-reviewed medical journal.
I'm not saying it's no big deal. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, I mischaracterized your
Okay.
argument, I'm sorry.
The virus is real. The pandemic is not. And the science now shows that. And there's plenty of science. There's plenty of it. Every single county has it. Every county has it. Just because you have more people testing positive, what does that mean? Is that's the basis for our decisions? Is more positive tests?
Doesn't that
Hildy,
mean,
one of our
doesn't that mean nothing to you?
One of our supervisors, Hildy Angus, just had COVID. Hardly any, I mean, it was very mild. Very mild. The people that are suffering are the elderly and the immunocompromised. And just like they do with any other virus, at risk. So I understand the panic at the beginning, but this is beyond ridiculous at this point without somebody presenting the actual science, the data. It has to be presented before we make this decision, because otherwise we're not making our decision based on science. Just because the governor says that's not science.
It's not
He's
just the
a
governor.
scientist.
These guidelines have been put into place in collaboration with the Arizona Department of Education, the Mojave County Health Department, and Havasu Regional Medical Center.
And they should all have science to support it.
Well,
Just because they're recommending it, shouldn't there be mounds of science? It's July. This started in January.
Well, we're going to be forced to make a decision, and one of the ways you do that is that you rely on other groups, medical professionals, and your.
Which medical professionals? Because I'm citing medical professionals.
You mentioned the hospital.
Yes, in here, in our rationale, it talks about this was made in conjunction with the ADE, the Mojave County Health Department, Havasu Regional Medical Center, and Lake Havasu City and Arizona State authorities.
And
So you think any single one of those people employed by any of those government agencies knows more about this than this Dr. Atlas?
I don't know who.
Or
Dr.
the Penn
Atlas-
State study and data that was just released?
I would
There are several
That's what I'm
studies
saying.
and several doctors. Nobody is going to rely on one Dr. Atlas and one study. There are so many studies, contrary to that.
But shouldn't there be some?
But what?
Shouldn't there be some data attached to all these
Of
experts?
course, there's data attached to everything.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Do
the
you think
data.
that the CDC just throws things out because they
I'm,
feel like?
I'm saying that the CDC has
Yeah,
just
and
thrown
but-
things out. The CDC is looking at things from one angle. They are looking at things from a medical perspective, okay?
Well, that's
But that is not our
perspective.
whole world. And we are not
Dr.
ruled by
Atlas is
medical
no-
professionals. Our liberties have been wiped out without any proof.
Yeah, well,
I get the beginning and the panic, but we are 6 months into this now. And we should be demanding some actual data, not just how many people are infected. Because let me tell you, when people are infected and they get over it and they go back to work, well, those that have a job, that haven't been destroyed, that's what I have a problem with. We are not looking at the cost of what we are just allowing people to do because what, they're from ADE? Really? There is no expert at ADE who's qualified to just opine about what they believe.
Well,
I
I
do
don't
not
think
think we-
Dr. Atlas is qualified to opine on the economy either. He might have a medical point of view and that's about all that we can take from him. But let's not get into personalities and people. Let's just talk about what we have to do here in a practical way. We are going to have to deal with all the various opinions and with all the various guidance that we have, and certainly with what the governor has to say, and certainly with what our administration in our school district has to say. And let us all make up our own minds and decide what we want to do.
Wow.
If I could focus the discussion a little bit, I think instead of talking about whether or not we think the pandemic has merit or not, I think we should talk about whether this plan to reopen has merit or not, because that is what we are voting on. We're
All
not
I'm
voting on
asking
whether or
for-
not, I'm sorry, we're not voting on whether or not the virus is a legitimate threat or if it's being sort of blown out of proportion. That's not what we're voting on here. We're voting on whether or not this reopening plan is appropriate for our district.
That's very right, correct.
I wonder how many cancer patients died over the last 6 months because they couldn't get medical care because our medical facilities
I
were
call
shut
for the
down.
question.
Huh?
I'm calling for the question.
Well, I'm just gonna say parents should take their kids completely out of school if this is how this school district's gonna base their decisions. And again, I don't fault any of that, but the fact that nobody has said, you're right, you know what? I haven't seen any actual data that supports this massive change.
I have looked at the trends. And
Trends
they
are not-
growing, they are growing in Arizona. The cases, each day for the last several days has set a new record of new cases prior to
So
the
what?
date.
I have called for the question.
Well, yes, you have. Would you, Mrs. Besedagel has indicated that there are a number of emails that have come in, and so I'd like them to be read.
Before you read the first one, I would like to make a statement that Mrs. Cohen is representing a point of view, and it may be the point of view of many parents. I feel as a board that we want our parents to think that we are being very cautious and very conservative, and that whatever decisions we make, that it will be for the health and safety of their children, and that we are flexible, that we will respond to new information, and we will be able to change as we need to. We're not doing anything set in stone, but that's our number one thing, is not to call the shots about health and what the statistics are, because we don't have the expertise to do that. All we can do is go on the information that each of us has been given from one place or another and make the best decision we can for our students and our staff.
The first is from Ginger Balboni. Good morning, board. Good morning, board members. I'm a teacher at LHHS and I have some concerns. First, I would like to ask the governing board to consider opening all schools digitally on our normal start date. This way, we will start on time and get the students back into the quote-unquote classrooms and learning again. Our students have been out of class far too long, and I feel like the longer we wait, the more behind our students may become. If we can look at that option and then slowly start implementing a hybrid model, followed by normal campus routine once it's safe to return. On another note, I would like to address the protocol or procedure we will use when a student or staff member tests positive, attending on-campus classes. What is the plan for the sick individual, for those who they came in contact with? Also, what is being planned to those students who are considered high risk? And what are plans for students with special needs? The safety of special needs students is a huge concern with me, and how are we going to protect them? And so I don't know if Dr. Stone wants to lay out, in general, the plan does include very specifically about students who test positive and have symptoms. If there's anything specific to add about special needs students.
There is a process in place for notification. We certainly would not include a specific person who has tested positive, but we would be required to notify all of those who came in contact for a prolonged period of time. And typically that is defined as close contact, closer than 6 feet for longer than 15 minutes. We would notify them that there has been a positive COVID test, and they would be asked to monitor their symptoms, their health, contact their healthcare provider if at all possible. If any symptoms develop, they would then stay home and self-quarantine.
So if I understood you correctly, it would be, without naming the student, you might notify the parents of an entire class that someone within their class tested positive. Okay.
Yes.
As far as special education, we look at that based on the student's needs. The individual education plan can address that. Obviously, we cannot come up with a plan that excludes one group or another. We want to address the education of our students, and then we do look at the medical needs, the health needs, obviously, as they may be impacted in the classroom. We have the ability to offer options for families and make recommendations and make changes if needed through the IEP process. We are prepared to offer services through the alternative platform as we need to. Families that may choose to use the online program, when we will be meeting as an IEP team and addressing the education based on that requirement.
The next question is from Cody Bonsang. I was curious if testing would be required for staff and teachers when they go back to school. It would be nice for peace of mind for everyone, as well as the safety of grandparents, parents, guardians, students, staff, etc. Thank you for your time. I don't believe that that's a recommendation.
No, it is not a recommendation to test all staff via the health department. They have said that is really for people who are symptomatic.
The next question is from Taisha Songer. To the school board, my kids and I live with someone that's very high risk. After a lot of thought, I've come to the conclusion that my kids need to learn from home. Will the school district provide an at-home learning option for the school year? The answer is yes. The next is from Jennifer Lentz. What is your plan for kids who do not do well with distance learning? Kids thrive with social interaction, and I'm afraid that my children being away from their peers for so long will have lasting effects.
So then that person could, to answer the question, that person could opt for the in-person learning.
The next question is from Marcia Cox. President Roman, members of the board, and Superintendent Stone, as you consider the ADE final draft of the ADE roadmap to reopen schools, I pray that you consider there was not one, I repeat, one parent from the Lake Havasu Unified School District included on the task force designed to make recommendations to reopen the schools for the entire state of Arizona. In fact, there was not one person from our district named to any of the committee task force to create recommendations for the reopening of our schools. Could this be because Mojave County, and I dare say Lake Havasu City, is the most conservative and red part of the state of Arizona? And if we had been allowed to be part of the map to reopen our schools, the outcome would have been different. I hope everyone watching this meeting tonight and those that watch would consider this. I want to respectfully remind our school board that the roadmap to reopening schools are simply recommendations, not mandates. There have never been any mandates issued, and dare I say never will be. We must not allow any mandate to ever be issued by our school board to mandate the use of masks by our students. There has never been any scientific data providing the spread of COVID-19 from a child to an adult, and the mental and physical harm done to a child by wearing masks could be irreparable. If teachers or other LHUSD members want to wear masks, they have the right or option to, but children must not be mandated to wear masks.
And so that was addressed, that masks, at least at this point, will be welcome but not required.
The next question is from Erin Holmstrom. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Erin Oblack. Sorry, she's been married since this email. I'm a parent of a current LHUSD student and also a teacher in the district. I would like to express my desire to start online at the previously scheduled date of August 3rd. Pushing this date further out will not be in the best interest of students educationally, socially, and emotionally. There are no immediate cures or vaccines for COVID-19, and logistically there won't be in the immediate future. Therefore, a delay in student education based on COVID-19 is futile. My only question is as follows: when will the parent-teacher reopening survey data be released to the LHUSD staff or public? And so we did share that in the comments or in the presentation. The next statement is from Marcia Cox. She's respectfully requesting that the board watch a video of a recent Senate debate. It's Rand Paul, Dr. Fauci debate when to reopen schools amid the COVID-19 pandemic. This information is for the board to consider. I would also implore our board to watch and report back to our community from an attorney about the risks of our kids wearing masks and dying. It is important for the board to figure out a way to reach the community, to acknowledge they are listening to the community and not just making decisions on their political leanings. People are watching and disappointed with what they are seeing. Marcia Cox, and I will forward those so everybody has those links.
Thank you.
The next statement is from Melissa Pagligliotti, and I apologize. I just did not do her last name justice. She would like to add that our hospital does not support children, that we must travel for our children. So the next comment is from Rebecca King. She just wants to make it known that cancer patients are not getting necessary surgeries because of the rising COVID cases. Thank you, Rebecca King, 8th grade science teacher. The next is from Brett Miller. He states, regarding the plan to reopen schools, it was stated already that masks will not be required on campus. What is the science behind that decision? Also, the guidance is to keep your sick kid at home. Is there data on how many students attend school each day while they are sick because parents do not have any other option?
I don't know that we have data, but that has been a problem in the past, and I think we all kind of acknowledge that when parents have to make the choice between keeping their kid sick, keeping their sick kid at home and also staying home from work themselves, or possibly sending a kid to school, we know that a lot of times kids or parents do send their kids to school because for the reasons that he described, that they don't feel like they have another option.
The next question is from Principal Becker. He just wanted to reiterate that athletic and club participation would be enrolled in our online environment, not another charter school or different online environment. The next question is from Christina Musselman. Can the district state a concrete number of hours, 24, 48, or 72? And this is coming back after symptoms, I'm assuming. So it's not a parent choice, but a district choice. This will then be universal for each site and not set up for debate.
Yeah, the reason that we gave the variety of hours is because really the 24 still holds for those students that have a fever and it is not related to COVID. We are not medical professionals, so we will not be making that decision. So as we have school nurses who are in our buildings, they would be able to provide that information to a family as they pick up their child. The 72 is if it is something related to COVID and we can somehow determine that that's the case.
And we were very careful, the 24 to 72 language is part of the CDC guidelines, which again, I know this is a flashpoint right now, but that is what we were trying to adhere to.
I also think that we can announce that we're going to have a full-time nurse at every school. Is that what you told me, Mrs. Stone? Dr. Stone?
We are recommending as part of our CARES Act funding that we employ a full-time nurse at every school.
I think parents would like to hear that.
The next statement is from Megan Ulmer. In regards to classes that have 30+ students, what are the expectations, especially in classes with labs? Is there an amendment to class sizes where they can't be maintained between the 6 feet between students? I feel like we are proceeding as business as usual and not thinking of the staff we have. What happens when too many staff get sick to have sub-coverage? Many staff members have compromised immune systems or family members living with them that also do. Sorry, froze for a second. Are teachers required to provide both in-class and online learning? Are there certain teachers running all online while everybody else is in their classroom? Do we need to provide the curriculum for those teachers who are teaching online? And so that will be presented later, but the expectation was that would be that face-to-face teachers would be teaching face-to-face instruction, and that students who enrolled in our online academy, just so we can differentiate from that, there would be specified teachers teaching that.
Was that question also from Mrs. Ulmer?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
The next question is from Ashley Bell. How is canceling middle school sports, football, cross-country, basketball, cheer, any different than sitting in the same classroom as 30 other students? These kids need their sports.
Good question. Because it's all arbitrary.
I believe we do actually have, would you mind speaking to that, or?
Sure, with middle school sports at this time, they do work with other athletic directors in the area, those we do compete with. And at this time, one has already closed down for the year, and the other two are making determinations as to whether they would be willing to compete with other school systems or not.
So in that case, it's because it doesn't make sense to have sports if you cannot have any games.
Right, currently we would have no one to have competition with.
The next statement, again, is from Melissa Haviglanati, and I apologize. She again just wants to remind people that they cannot be, children cannot be treated in our hospital, and what about kids getting Kawasaki after COVID?
Sorry, what was that?
Kawasaki after COVID.
That red rash.
That's it, yeah, and that's, it's more fear. The CDC's own data, based off the first 100,000 deaths in our country, is 99.98% of those that get it will fully recover. And this is based off CDC data.
Does it use the word fully in there? Does it use the word fully?
These are my handwritten notes. No, it doesn't say fully. Sorry, recover. But again,
But
you
that
know,
all right.
let me finish. Again, the problem is that nobody's demanding science or data to back up the decisions. And nobody's getting real information even when you turn on the news. You're not getting real information, you're getting propaganda. We're supposed to teach our kids how to decipher through propaganda and get to the truth. But we don't even have anybody in our school district demanding evidence or data. So how are we ever going to teach our kids that? And now we're shutting down our society, or we've shut down our society. We're gonna open up and we're gonna take guidance from people who don't prove this is what we should do. And then we have scientists that are actually providing data, CDC data, and studies based on 6 months worth of data that say, you should not be doing this. We should not be doing this. The cost of what we're doing is worse than what we're panicking about.
We're gonna respond, or we're gonna return to the email.
And again, nobody says you're right, Nicole.
Well,
Let's just demand some data.
I want you to think about this, but don't answer right now. What is the alternative that we vote tonight and say, hey, forget it, we are opening up business as usual August the 17th?
we're going to, at this time, reach out
That's
to the
the
emails.
alternative, that's the alternative, but we read, is that what you're going to propose?
I don't know. You know, it's funny that that we're all shut down. We get this plan as we walk in. I haven't read it. I got the PowerPoint, but I wasn't privy to all this. So it's a lot to digest. I didn't even get to read it, but now we gotta vote on it today. But then we're gonna wait a couple of days until we get more direction from ADE, more non-scientists to tell us what to do. But we gotta make a decision tonight.
For
Doesn't
now, we are going to return to the emails.
make sense. Not logical.
From Katie Rabideau, dear members of the board, I would like clarification and express concern for the reopening plan as teachers who will be interacting with 140 students in a day. How are students going to be social distanced? If we have a class of 29 students, how do we keep them 6 feet apart? When you say events are canceled unless there can be social distancing, will there be guidelines available so we know what their exact expectations are? A lot of modification sounds like we're relying on students. What other accommodations are being looked into or expressed? Thank you, and I appreciate your feedback.
How many more?
Like 5 more. The next statement, we do not have home internet service. I'm sorry, this is from Matt Lentz. We do not have home internet service. We can afford it, but some might not be able to. We decided a long time ago not to have this technology in our household. What is your solution for households who have decided not to use the internet or are financially burdened by this home teaching proposal?
Both the distance learning plan and the online solution that we are proposing tonight are printable and can be provided in a paper format for our families.
So similar to what we did for the fourth quarter where a parent might pick up at a certain time.
Do we know how many parents are not able to log on in the spring?
We don't at this point. What we are looking for is once we know what parents choose as an option, we would then ask if they need to access this.
Is online communicating with their parents by through the internet, email and Blackboard message, that kind of thing? Is that how we're communicating with them? So I'm curious, the ones who don't have access to that, are they getting this at all? Are they getting these messages?
So currently, it would be on the website, it would be on the social media platforms. If they are not able to access that, we can certainly have hard copies at all of our schools. And we can certainly consider sending something home to all parents.
And I think we need to get the word around in the paper or by word of mouth. If you don't have internet access, you need to contact your school immediately and let them know so they can tell you those alternatives that you have. And be in contact with you.
Maybe we could have a school board meeting at the PAC so that parents could actually come. There'd be enough room.
Or they could email in and that would serve the same purpose.
But if they don't have internet access, how is that?
Well, now that is a good point. So we could talk about how to possibly revise the meetings because I do have some information that we might want to consider. But in any case, as far as reaching out to parents and determining who has access to technology and who doesn't, at the beginning of the fourth quarter, I was contacted via telephone, and my understanding is that those phone calls went out to all parents, just trying to assess what my comfort level was with technology, what my students would have access to, and if they kept that information, which I would hope that they did, that could be serviceable again as the school reopens.
We will be formalizing that and adding it to registration, so that way it's a more formalized, searchable thing that we can look at.
Also, this parent who wrote this did email us, so he or she does have some access to the internet, which I'm sure most people right now do, if not continuous access.
That's true. I do take the point though that some people do not want to just give their children a computer and set them in front of that for however many hours a day. I do see that point of view.
Right, but they do, but they can obviously communicate with us electronically.
Matt Lentz also asked, hello, I have 2 children, 6th and 7th grade. I want to know what mandatory rules will be in place for social distancing, mask wearing, and socialization while at school. My children also ride the bus, and I would like to know how those issues will be handled on the bus as well. If my children have the option to wear masks, social distance, and socialize, I will keep them in the school system. If it is mandatory and not optional for my kids, we will be going elsewhere. There are many parents who are on the same page, so please be very clear as to what rules will be enforced and what will be optional.
So currently, all of those, as you have mentioned, are things that are, mask is optional, social distancing, we're reminding students, but we also recognize they are kids and that social part of their life is important. And we will do our best to have signage in our schools and to make sure they understand the importance of it, but it would be very difficult to enforce that from a disciplinary perspective. Again, we are working with kids and we appreciate the fact that they need that time.
And we should also note, just again, so parents know, kids don't spread it. They don't spread it. And that's the world data, CDC data. So that's something else that we should, verify, but then we should, reassure parents, because that's not being talked about.
The CDC put out a document that said
No,
it
the
did not spread
CDC
out.
did not put out a document that says it doesn't spread to kids. It's data from this Dr. Atlas that he got from the CDC, which took the information from the whole world, because that's one group that they can really study. That's why we're making a big mistake, because there's tons of data, because kids all around the world have gone through this. And we have actual data, like from Sweden, where they didn't stop their schools and they didn't shut things down. So we need to look at the science, but anyways, sorry to interrupt you.
Buses.
Can I also share about busing? Part of our parent survey was sharing that it is not possible for us to physically distance on a bus at this time. So if parents are concerned about that, they would need affirmative transportation for their student.
Okay, and here's something from health.harvard.edu. Children, including very young children, can develop COVID-19. Here's something from Mayo Clinic. Children of all ages can become ill with coronavirus.
That's not, but I didn't say that they couldn't get it. That's not what I said. I said they don't spread it. So,
Why can they not spread it if they have it?
well, I'm not a scientist, I don't know.
Well, then
But I'm not saying
I can
they
find
can't contract.
I'm concerned that this meeting might be used as a conduit for misinformation, so making statements that rely on facts, not in evidence, like children cannot spread it, that is not true. You do not have any information that actually backs up that claim, and I'm very concerned that people will watch this meeting and
Well, I don't want them to take
that
my
as a
word for
statement
it.
that's true.
I don't want them to take my word for it, and you've never took my word for anything, so why don't you look at the data? That's all I'm saying. We're not looking at data that has been gathered from around the world. So I'm just repeating what an MD, not a PhD, an MD from Stanford, who specializes in public health, who has looked at the data, the CDC data, the World Health Organization data, and this is what he is saying. I'm not misrepresenting it, but please, double check it. Don't take my word for it.
No, but you are citing someone who told you what you wanted to hear, and that's an example of confirmation bias.
Oh, good
Okay.
Lord in the morning.
Ashley Joy states, we want our school to open like normal. We don't want masks, restrictions. We want sports, events, and normalcies. Monica Moffett, I would like to give my input. I would like to see the schools open for 5 days in person, masks optional. I would like to provide the most normal education and environment for our children. I agree with Ms. Cox. There is not enough data available to make drastic decisions to our education system, which affects our children in adverse ways. Children need consistency, socialization, physical education, etc. CDC provides guidelines. They are not set in stone, and stating that we have to do exactly as the CDC states. Open schools, and if parents are not comfortable with their children, keep them at home. Parents that send their kids to school know the risks and have the right to choose the cost, benefit, risk versus reward. My husband and I vote to reopen schools. There are numerous other parents that feel the same way. You need to get every single parent's vote if you are considering whether or not to open schools. Every parent has the right to choose what happens with their child. It should not be a select few. Heather Davis states, is it possible at the high school to do a block schedule when they return to school where it's set up more as a summer school with only one class in the AM and one in the PM instead of the standard 1 hour class to have longer classes? And so I know talking about scheduling is something that is going on. Brett Miller, masks are to protect others. If you don't require masks in the school for students, what position does that put teachers in? Megan Ulmer, in regards to classes with 30 plus students, what are the expectations in classes with labs? Is there an amendment to class sizes where they can't maintain 6 feet between students?
There is currently no amendment to class sizes. The latest webinar we had attended really talked about physical distancing as much as possible. But they did talk about the fact that in schools, they recognized that was not always gonna be the case. And again, the idea was that prolonged time, close contact, more than 15 minutes would be kind of the guideline, so to speak, for whether or not you would transfer.
I think science teachers, especially some CTE teachers, can get together and start being creative and coming up with thoughts and ideas. You don't have to perhaps put the whole class in the lab at the same time. It might take 2 or 3 days to do the lab while the other students are doing seat work. I mean, we can just be problem oriented, solve problems, and teachers can figure this out and do the best they can. I think everybody wants to figure it out.
I'm almost done. Tristan LaRue, I have a child. She is a student who requires consistent and regular schedule as many kids do. Her 3rd grade year was disrupted and basically ended. Her teacher was very supportive and available via Zoom anytime. However, she's not receptive to this type of learning. My hope is that kids will be back in school as they were prior to COVID-19. My main concern is schools having the potential to be re-shut down from above our control and having the same disruption to the schedule. Do we have the option to enroll in an online program for any grade from the beginning? Yes, we do. And in addition to that, if we were to have to go into a closure, the instruction would be a little bit different. It would be graded. There's differences for this year. The next question is from Ashley Huerta. I have a question regarding school starting online August 3rd. You stated that students would be required to log in so many hours a day to complete assignments. What about students that have both parents that work full time? During the original lockdown, we had to complete homework and assignments on the weekends. How can you make online learning mandatory for students that have parents unable to teach them during the day or week?
Well, isn't one of the things, I guess, I know the parents kind of had to be there for Zoom, but with the online, with the program that we're going to be doing, it's going to be like the regular classroom, except, the teacher's going to be teaching, and hopefully the students will be learning. The parents won't have to be the teacher. It'll be more like they go home at the end of the day and they help with homework or that kind of thing, but they shouldn't have to be the teacher this time. Am I correct?
But wouldn't they have to be there for their 2nd and 3rd grader?
Oh, I'm
So now they can't go to work because their kids.
I'm sure that there will be all kinds of problems and situations. I'm just thinking of the question.
There are gonna be endless problems and situations, which is why we should demand some science.
Well, I'm just trying to help think
I know.
through her question.
Did you have anything further to add to that?
What is the exact question?
It was in regards to students having to do a specific number of hours a day, and if parents are working and they have to do it at different hours, it's AOI.
And currently what we're waiting for is some additional guidance from AD that tells us exactly what our requirements would have to be for students. And we will share that as soon as we have it.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I guess I'm kind of assuming that we're hoping that the online requirement isn't you have to be online from 8 a.m. to noon, but you have to be online for maybe 3 or 4 hours.
Right, there's no requirement for the time of day.
Okay.
It would be the requirement for a number of minutes that a student was engaged in the work. It would not even necessarily have to be online, but just a documentation that the student was completing their work with someone outside of school.
So if they were to receive a packet, there might be a place for a parent to sign off that they.
Correct, with the amount of time they spent.
I am sure you, and we have all recognized the problems that parents have who have to go to work or don't have work to go to and to accommodate everything.
Everything else is not related to this topic, they're also public.
Well, earlier we had a call for the question. Is there anything, again, I would like it to focus on just the reopening plan, not specifics about the virus itself. Are there any other discussion points or questions about the reopening plan?
Yes, I don't understand why we're being asked to vote on a plan if we're waiting for additional information and we have to have another meeting in the next couple of days. Why wouldn't we postpone it and make that all in one meeting? And that would give people actually a chance to bring their data to support what we're doing. Or request the data from the government agency that you're taking guidelines from to support what we're doing.
So Dr. Stone, and Mr. Gardner, how would that you're moving ahead if we delay the vote on this?
Would postponing hinder
Okay, so with regards to the online, I don't think we would be crunched if we didn't have this approved tonight to have to rush later to get things in. I think we could still meet the deadline and have staff trained in a meaningful manner. May I also comment though, this is something that's been on my mind for a while, and I've done a lot of research on the COVID, and there's a lot of things going on that many people in our society aren't aware of. And I'm speaking not as the director here, please note that, because I agree with our plan that was put into place. I don't have an issue postponing this, and I'm speaking as a father and a grandpa. So if I told my daughters and my sons who have children, I said, you need to go enroll your kids and get them back to school physically. Okay, that's just an opinion, but they asked me what I thought, and I shared that with them. I don't have any concerns about where kids need to be. They need to be in school. That's the safest place for students. And you can't live in a bubble the rest of your life. How long are you going to wear a mask if this continues? Are you going to then just be part of the normal for the next year and 2 years and 3 years? Is that going to be what you say is okay? And collectively, I need all of you to think about that. Because I agree with some of the things Nicole has said. There is no evidence where you have a comparison of a healthy person wearing a mask and if it really benefited or not. In fact, there's studies that show wearing a mask is actually detrimental to people's health. And you can read about, you can read about that if you'd like to. Nicole referenced a Senator, Rand Paul from, I believe, Kentucky, and he was in a discussion with Dr. Fossey, and it was recorded, and he is asking him why he's shutting schools down still and won't let schools reopen. And he wanted to provide the evidence. And Ron Paul said that he has the evidence that 23 countries have open schools and they're not having any issues whatsoever with children. And so when you think about what Nicole said about the detrimental effects of this lockdown and what it's had on kids, in fact, I know medical doctors have said there's been more suicide deaths than COVID-related fatalities by far. And it might be wise to look at the data. And when you think about what she's also referenced with regards to our personal freedoms, protected in the Constitution, right now that's a piece of paper. That's how it's looked at. It's not meaningful to a lot of people above us who are making these decisions. And when I say making decisions, we're letting a global representative make decisions for every country and every local community. And for me, I'm like, well, what happened to my rights? I'm a healthy person. I don't believe I should be forced to wear a mask. That's my opinion, and it should be my right, and I should have that right. Right now, a lot of people, those rights are being taken away. You don't have a choice. And then you're being made to feel like we're now divided because we're each looking at each other. You didn't have your mask on, and who's going to be the police officer that enforces these things? We're starting to turn on each other. And that's also part of the deal, is divide this country. This is one of the last free countries in the world where people really can choose their own way. And right now, that's not the agenda that I see coming on the horizon. We're gonna lose our freedoms based on these health issues that in many cases I think have been inflated and create issues. And you need to do your research and think about where you're getting your information. Check all your sources, because right now, censorship is alive and well. You go on Facebook, you try to put something out that is a little bit different than the mainstream, and you're immediately censored. Again, that's a violation of one of your rights, and that's happening with.
That's not the government censorship, Mr. Gardner. And I chose to wear this mask.
Understood.
No one made me do it, and I will wear it as long as I choose to do it. And if you don't, you have the right to do that. I applaud you standing up for your freedom, and I hope you applaud me standing up for mine. But I don't think that you're weird, and I hope you don't think that I'm weird.
Well,
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cox to interrupt, but we will afford every person who wants to speak the same opportunity.
so the final comment is, I think it would be nice to actually have us look at the data and then make a conscientious decision based on that. Because I tell you, I don't want to live my life, and I don't want to see my grandchildren and my children have to live lives like this. This is over a virus that, like I mentioned, it's like a severe case of the flu in comparison to the number of people who are infected and then having issues in hospitals. So everybody should do the research and start really paying attention to what's going on. A lot of us aren't paying attention. We're trusting these, and we do it meekly, because we do trust, but these organizations are not trustworthy. I'm on the record for that as a father and a parent and a citizen.
Thank you, and I do want to reiterate what you said at the beginning, that those comments were offered as a stakeholder, but not necessarily as one of our directors. Yes.
Thank you.
I do want to speak up regarding, one of the impacts is we need time to get the registration process and for families choosing online, to be able to get that information, so we know how many teachers, and we can get that whole process going. If we are making a recommendation to push forward for the August 3rd, for an alternative, that's not a lot of time for us to do what we need to do and do it right. So that is a consideration. If we extend, it's really making it very difficult to do all the things that we're needing to do.
Well, since in this plan, it's incorporated that we're going to be flexible and fluid anyway, as information changes, it's not a problem. I'm just trying to honor Mrs. Cohen's thought about that. So I think it's built in that we could vote tonight and things could change.
And my concern is this is a major change. Voting tonight so that we can do this online for 2 weeks before the proposed start date, that's a major change, kindergarten through 12th grade. You know, we didn't have our board packet for 2 weeks. You know, we just got the handout tonight for the online platform. You know, we're gonna move everything online and make this the new normal, but we still haven't addressed and or voted on using Google. And so when you say that's not the government making that decision, we are the government and we are making that decision for our kids. So I'm just saying it's a little more nuanced than let's just get ready and open up. It's like, I would rather give the teachers and staff the extra 2 weeks off and start school in person. And if we are going to want to be flexible, we should be more thoughtful about the platform we're using and how we're gonna do that.
So the most important data for making any decisions in the future about this will be when parents go online and register, or they go into the school and register and indicate their preference. Now, we did survey them, but the survey went out before the latest so-called surge happened. And so whether that data is still relevant, we don't know. So we will know when parents make their choice and say online, or they say distance learning, or they say in-class schools. And so half the kids are going to be online and half are not coming back to school, then that will help us a lot. I mean, we just don't know until the parents make that choice.
I think the situation is so fluid that in another 2-3 days will be something else, and then it could come back in another 2 or 3 days. What we should do is make some decision and have various options open the way we are planning, and decide whether we want to go ahead with that or not. And then the details of it can be, tweaked as required by our superintendent and the administration. That is my suggestion. I don't see the point of waiting another 2-3 days. Okay, what are we going to decide? Oh, are we going to offer online? Are we going to offer distance? Are we going to offer in class? Yeah, we're going to have to end up offering all three. I think that's pretty much a given right now. But if we want to vote about it, if someone doesn't want it, we'll know, and we can discuss, we can decide that now, and then we tweak the differences. If someone objects to the differences, we'll meet again.
So just a couple things to note. Currently, the governor has said we cannot open in person until the 17th. We do not know if that's going to be pushed back any further or not at this time. If we wanted to open on the 3rd, our only option is online or distance learning. If we don't open on the 3rd, currently, we would need to make up those 10 days, which would require a change in our calendars. We would come back to you for that. If that date is pushed back further from the 17th, then again, that would create additional changes to our calendar or what we offer families.
And that is going to create more problems for the families, because then they have to adjust the time accordingly, their time and their children's time. So I don't see why we shouldn't vote on this, and if we decide no, that that's not what we want, then we come back.
So the governor hasn't made a decision on whether we're gonna actually open on the 17th.
Well, as of now, we just think that.
But I'm saying the
That might
potential is there, cause it's already, the move from the 3rd to the 17th, again, no science to support it at all. Actually, the science is the opposite of that. So now you're saying the only option we have is to go online. So now we're being forced to completely retool. When did he make this decision?
It was last
29th, I think it was, June 29th.
So now we're being given a false choice. You're gonna rush into developing and training your teachers and, figuring out how to do it. Couldn't make that decision before, you know what I'm saying? When everybody was pulled out of school. We don't have any answers right now, but you need to work on an online, because there's a possibility. There was none of that. Everything's shotgun. Hurry up, get it through, change it. Here you go.
It has been on a compressed timeline, but our staff has been working on this since the 4th quarter.
I know. I understand that.
When are we asking parents to complete registration by? Of course, I know it will go up to the first day of school, but when's the optimal thing for us for them to register by?
Our parents have already pre-registered for the in-person classroom, so those parents do not have to do anything different. We will be needing to get some more information for our emergency plan when we're talking about the distance learning. But the online program, we would like to have those completed by the 20th. We gotta get the information out, we've got to get the application process communicated, posted, because we do need to make plans and know how many teachers we're going to need to either reallocate or procure, depending on how many students that we're looking at based on the grade bands. So by the 20th, we feel that we can, if we're going forward for the 3rd, if that's what the decision is, then we can move forward, get them enrolled, have the program set up, and start that communication with parents so they know what they need to do, so the students, and get that orientation happening, so parents know how to support their students,
Okay.
and the students get the information they need as well. Obviously, parents coming into the district and they wanna make that change, we're gonna do our best, but it's just like any business, we can't just flip the switch tomorrow, we need some time to get them enrolled and get things moving forward.
I think that as a board, for the last 1 hour, we have all just said the same things we were saying an hour ago. We're still saying those same things. And if we are going to meet again to discuss this, we're going to sit for another 3 hours and say the same things. So, I think I would like to vote and see what happens.
I agree. I would like to vote, and here's the statement that I'm gonna be keeping in mind, because I do plan to vote to approve this. It says, this plan will be reviewed and updated ongoing as more data and resources become available. So yes, I am giving a thumbs up to this specific plan that's in front of me right now, with the idea that this is a flexible plan that may change as the data suggests that it should.
Did we get an email with this plan? I didn't, is there a way we could get an email? Yes.
So in this,
It'll be on the website.
so in this online is gonna be this, schools,
This is what we're voting on later on in the meeting.
oh, it's like, it's not in this plan.
Any other,
So then,
hesitate to even ask.
well, wait a minute, so if this isn't part of,
The continuum is for parent choice. The parents can choose. For those, we had about 7% that had expressed that they didn't have the plan or intent to bring their children back to a seat in class. We know we have parents that we do not wish to lose. We want our community to be able to service our students, and hopefully over time they'll be comfortable and they'll come back. So to address the choice, plus we were mandated at the governor level that we need to provide options for our parents and address that. So this plan is considered a continuing operations plan. We're providing how we're opening up, but we're also coming to the reality, if we have to close down for whatever reason, or the governor makes that choice, we have a plan in place of how we're gonna continue those operations to try to minimize the disruption to learning. It's not gonna be perfect no matter what the situation is, but this is what we're trying to have, is a plan that allows us to move from one situation to the next, and gives parents choices as well, depending on what's going on in their lives.
Well, I again call for the question.
Anyone else with something that they absolutely need to say?
Nicole Cohen,
no,
Kathy Cox,
Yes,
Conchana Elliott,
Yes,
Lisa Roman,
Yes. Item 6.7 is the approval of intergovernmental agreement between Lake Havasu Unified School District Number 1 and Yavapai County Education Service Agency for E-rate services. And this is presented by Mrs. Bastedagle.
Madam President and Governing Board, it is recommended the Governing Board approve the intergovernmental agreement between the Yavapai County Services Education Service Agency and LHUSD for E-rate consulting services. The term of this IGA is 3 years at an annual cost of $5,500. In recent years, the FCC has made drastic changes to the E-rate program. Due to the many program changes in the district's plan to upgrade network infrastructure, the partnership with YSECA will be essential in helping to maximize all potential discounts, ensure compliance with E-rate program rules, and provide RFP support for E-rate related projects. This IGA has been reviewed and approved by the district's council and purchasing departments.
Do we have a motion on item 6.7?
I move we approve 6.7 as presented.
second,
Discussion or questions?
I'm sorry, I speak from, I don't know enough. Why this program as opposed to any other? Have we thought about options or?
So E-rate is a federal program where basically the federal government will pay for up to 80% of specific technology and network improvement purchases, and we pay 20%. So this is done through the Yavapai County Education Agency. Yavapai County, they have a very developed county education office, and so they support other rural and urban and suburban districts in developing their E-rate plan. So the other option really is we do all of this work ourselves, and so for the $5,500 a year, they have somebody that he sits and he does all of this work for us, and he works at another county school agency.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Archiana Alliar,
Yes.
Nicole Cohen,
Yes.
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Lisa Roman,
Yes. Item 6.8 is the approval of staff compensation by way of supplemental stipends, and it is presented by Mr. Murray.
Madam President, members of the board, it is recommended the governing board approve compensation to staff by way of supplemental stipends during the 2020 fiscal year. Following consultation with the district's legal counsel regarding best practices for the board approval of expenditures, it is recommended that the board retroactively approve the following routine stipends for fiscal year 20, as provided in the backup documentation. This item has been reviewed by district legal counsel, and the agreement was sent electronically to board members prior to the meeting.
Do I have a motion on item 6.8?
I move we approve 6.8 as presented.
Second?
Discussion or questions?
Nicole Cohen,
Yes.
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Archiana Alliar,
Yes.
Lisa Roman,
Yes. Item 6.9 is the approval of Public Consulting Group Incorporated Medicaid Direct Service Claiming and Administrative Claiming Program Participant Agreement, and it's presented by Mrs. Walter.
Madam President, members of the board, it is recommended that the governing board approve the renewal of the participation agreement between the California Unified School District and Public Consulting Group Incorporated, also known as PCG. The agreement will commence on July 1st, 2020, and will automatically renew every 12 months unless terminated in accordance with the guidelines of this agreement. The agreement provides a mechanism for payment to the local education agencies by access to PCG using the federal funds from CMS, and is authorized by an intergovernmental agreement between Access and the Department of Education, under which the Medicaid eligible students receive appropriate services. The agreement allows the district to continue to be eligible to participate in both the Medicaid Administrative Claiming Program, known as MAC, and the Medicaid Direct Service Claiming Program, known as Direct Services, or DSC, as we have in the past. The PCG participation agreement has been reviewed and approved by the Business Department and Legal. The agreement was sent electronically to people.
Do I have a motion on item 6.9?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion or questions?
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Archiana Alliar,
Yes.
Nicole Cohen,
Yes.
Lisa Roman,
Yes. Item 6.10 is the approval of participation agreement with Southwest Cooperative of Arizona Schools for the Deaf and Blind, and it's also presented by Mrs. Walter.
Madam President, members of the board, it is recommended that the governing board approve a 5-year agreement between the California Unified School District and Southwest Cooperative of Arizona Schools for the Deaf and Blind, known as ASDB, with an option to renew for another 5 years. Our current agreement is up for renewal. The Arizona Revised State Statute allows for local education agencies or approved programs to enter into cooperative agreements with ASDB to allow for the provision of services to students with hearing or vision disabilities to support the provision of a free appropriate public education. The cooperatives were established and put in place to support rural areas to be able to better service and support eligible students as required under IDEA. The purpose of this agreement is to establish how school districts, state institutions, and other approved educational programs throughout the state obtain ASDB specialized services for the deaf and blind students by participating in a cooperative program that shares resources among participating schools in the regions. This has been approved by legal and purchasing. And again, it was sent electronically.
Do I have a motion on item 6.10?
I move we approve 6.10 as presented.
Second?
Discussion or questions?
Archiana Alliar,
Yes.
Nicole Cohen,
Yes.
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Lisa Roman,
Item 6.11 is the approval of Education Technology Consortium Cooperative Purchasing Agreement, and it's presented by Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. It is recommended the governing board approve the Education Technology Consortium Cooperative Purchasing Agreement, or CPA. The Education Technology Consortium, or ETC, is a group of school districts, nonprofit educational institutions, county superintendents, and NAU who have jointly agreed to enter into a cooperative purchasing agreement for the procurement and use of materials, capital equipment, and services. The purpose of the CPA is to provide for the joint acquisition, development, and use of software, personnel, supplies, and other items as necessary to maintain computer systems and networks and to provide for data processing services, including but not limited to accounting, student records, attendance accounting, grade reporting, testing, internet access, training, research evaluation, and other administrative functions. The proposed CPA is effective through February 28th, 2025, unless sooner terminated in accordance with the agreement. The document has been approved as to form by the district's legal counsel.
Do I have a motion on item 6.11?
I move we approve 6.11 as presented.
Second,
Any questions or discussion?
I do have a question, Mr. Murray. Do we have any kind of yearly procedure in our district where we inform our local vendors how they might be able to get on this list?
Well, this list here, pertaining to this list here, like it says, it's regarding, it's a group of school districts, educational institutions. So ETC is the one who would actually reach out and solicit others to come and join,
Do they
to
do that?
participate.
Do our local vendors know that they can apply to?
It's probably the most local vendor there is in this realm, to be honest.
Correct, so it's a bunch of districts and other agencies who come together, who pool their resources, and then take part in sharing of those resources to help with the benefit of, for each other. So it's not really necessarily having a contractor here in town locally go and participate. That would be something different. That would be our bidders list, our district
Yes.
bidders list.
Yes.
But we do have that advertised on our website as to
Okay.
how to do that.
Oh,
how to
that's
join
right,
us
good.
when it comes to the district bidders list. This is strictly services that we work together to kind of pool all of our resources to help benefit each other. NAU being one of those who is a big part of this group.
Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions?
I'm just gonna have to say it, this was our old finance company before we went to Visions. And sorry, Mike, it just has to be public knowledge. They gave us our data, but we have to enter into this agreement because we can't access it. So we're literally being held hostage for our data. Sorry, I mean, you would put it in different terms, but that's the way I see it. So we're not actually looking to use them for anything except to access our old data for auditing purposes. Thank God.
Correct. Yeah, because of our needs, we are this year and next year, we are pooling and gathering information of bond information for arbitrage. We have a company here that we are engaging with to help us with those calculations to determine whether our interest, the amount of interest that we collected for bond proceeds definitely falls within the threshold of what we're allowed. Basically, they don't want districts going out and bonding and gathering all this money and then putting it into the bank and then collecting interest on the backs of the taxpayer for our own benefits. So that's why this check and balance of arbitrage calculations are put into place so we can make sure that the interest we're earning is within the IRS guidelines. But yes, so in order to answer Nicole's question, or to clarify that, the company here, ETC, was our support for our old financial software system. They gave us the external storage drive with all of our data on it for many years. However, it's coded to where we can only run it on, and this was given to our tech department, it was coded so that we can only really run it on the SunGuard platform. So we would have to go out and purchase that software to then read our data. But we are going to work around that this year. We can we can save a bunch of Excel spreadsheets and run a bunch of reports and kick them out to Excel and save them that way, and that might be what we have to do. But we're looking definitely, we have this need for those arbitrage calculations, so we do have to, again, go back into this agreement, enter into another agreement. This is 5 years as talked about, but there is wording in the contract itself or in the agreement that if we give them, I believe it's 90 days notice, 60 to 90 days notice at the end of the fiscal year, that we can then terminate that agreement. So I don't see us engaging with them for the full 5 years, but we'll see what happens. We'll take it year by year.
Anything else on this item?
Nicole Cullen,
Yes.
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Archana Collier,
Yes.
Lisa Roland,
Yes. Item 6.12 is the approval of vouchers, student activity funds, and auxiliary funds, and it's presented by Mr. Murray.
Madam President, members of the board, it's recommended the board approve the vouchers for June of 2020 will occur on the next meeting because of the timing of this meeting and the end of the previous month. It was just way too quick to turn that data around and have it to you in that short amount of time. So we will present June 2020's vouchers at the August board meeting. But it is recommended that you approve the student activity funds for K through 12 for May of 2020 and auxiliary funds also for May of 2020.
So I have a motion on item 6.12.
I move we approve 6.12 as presented.
Second?
Any discussion or questions?
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Archana Collier,
Yes.
Nicole Cullen,
Yes.
Lisa Roland,
Yes. Item 6.13 is the approval of online learning resource for K-12, and it's presented by Mr. Gardner.
Madam President, Governing Board has recommended the board approve schools PLP as the online learning resource for Lake Havasu Unified School District K-12 for the 2020-2021 school year at the cost of $123.75 per participating student to be funded out of the CARES Act funds. As of the most recent state report, the district has approximately 5,167 students. Found not to exceed costs will not be determined until parents have selected educational options for the 2021 school year. Parents and students enrolling in LHUSD schools have requested that additional learning options are available for the 2020-2021 school year. The current global pandemic has created tremendous uncertainty about the daily operations of businesses and schools in Arizona and the local communities of this state. As we continue to grapple with these new challenges, providing options for parents is paramount. The superintendent recently organized a task force to contribute to the roadmap for reopening our local schools. The task force recommended LHUSD provide an online learning resource. The superintendent and district directors reviewed 2 online resources, Edmentum and Schools PLP. Both online companies addressed questions and provided presentations on the products. Schools PLP provides the resources to meet our district's current needs. Schools PLP would be procured through the Mojave Educational Services Cooperative Contract, and that number is listed 17J-1004. Schools PLP has a long-standing working relationship with our district as they provide the curriculum for our credit recovery program. Schools PLP is built on an industry-leading learning management system that features over 5,500 K-12 standards-aligned courses. Schools PLP utilizes consistent instructional design across all content K-12, colorful icons, HD images, and concise formatting that readers and non-readers can easily adjust to. With embedded video instruction, scripted parent guides, and printable curriculum, this platform provides a smooth transition from on-site instruction to virtual learning in synchronous and asynchronous environments. The online resource curriculum choice allows educators to think about the level of rigor, the interactive and multimedia components and project assignments before releasing the curriculum to their students. As part of district policy, principals and/or counselors will confer with parents and students to explore the student's interest in and understanding of the AOI program and describe the AOI course or program provided requirements of the student. This has been approved by the business department and sent to legal for review.
Review, legal has approved it.
Do I have a motion on item 6.13?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion or questions?
So would we just be using this for our core? We would not be using all these courses on here, would we?
No. And parents would sit down and students would sit down with the high school counselor primarily. That's where parents would be interested in looking at additional courses. But that would be a decision that the counselor or parent would provide guidance for that student based on the needs at that current moment for that student for graduation requirements.
I had the same question I asked Dr. Stone right before we convened the meeting, but this does have a lot of programs on that our school doesn't provide. So for instance, our high school does not provide German classes, and so just because that's part of this program doesn't mean that German classes are now all of a sudden available to high school students. It is limited to what we already offer.
So if a student wanted to take German, he could not get credit for a foreign language if he took this class, I mean, this program. I would think about that. I mean, that's might be a nice option. Also, another thing to point out, and maybe get an answer to what the policy is going to be, just so parents know, students can also use it for credit recovery. They can also get honors credit, those who are on that track. And then, as you said, just the regular core. So those are nice options for different situations for different students. What would you recommend, Mr. Gardner, about something like German, for example? We don't offer
Sorry.
German.
I didn't bring up German to,
No, I'm glad
we're not
I'm
expanding
glad
it.
you did.
Well, okay, but we have, for the purposes of this discussion, we're not talking about expanding what we offer currently. We're only talking about using this resource
I know
to
that.
make available online to students what we already do
No,
offer.
I'm very aware of that, but you know, a lot of parents would love for their children to be able to take Chinese or other things. I mean, this is a way they could do it. I just don't know if we're going to allow them to do it through this program. And not only, we used to offer French. It's very hard to find a French teacher, so we don't even offer that anymore. And then it has German. So, you know, for a student who's a freshman or sophomore or junior, they still need to take a foreign language to get into college. Any foreign language would do. You know, just maybe come up with an answer to that.
I do agree with you in theory, but for right now, for this agenda item, all we're talking about is,
I know.
yeah, okay. I just don't want it to get a little bit off track. Any other questions or discussion about this program?
So this is the one that parents that don't want their kids in kindergarten online, but they don't wanna send them to school because they've been freaked out by the non-data that's been spread around our news. This is where we print the packets from. So now we're going to, again, I know this is all last minute, but this is highlighting how irrational this all is. We're being asked to approve curriculum kindergarten through 12th grade we've never seen. Never. And we're gonna approve it.
It's a little bit of a mischaracterization to
No,
say that
it's
we've
not.
never heard this because this is part of our existing credit recovery program for high school.
I'm talking
Correct.
about kindergarten.
I know, but you said K-12 through 9th through 12, this already is offered as part of the credit recovery program.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm not arguing that. If you wanna look at things, I'm talking about English, math, science, social studies, health, and physical education in kindergarten. What does that curriculum look like? We don't know. We're just gonna approve it. It's wrong. And this is what the whole push is. Push it all online, quick, create a crisis, have a solution ready. Here it is, let's go. This is a bad idea. I'm so sorry, but it's just a bad idea. I know you feel like your fingers or your hands are tied. But this is what we keep doing, our hands are tied, we have to do it. It's just not right. And if this is approved, with, of course it will be, but I'd like to see an example from every single grade of the curriculum. I mean, why do we even have to approve curriculum if this is what we're gonna do? We're gonna get 3 pages and say, we've used it for high school, so it's good to go, we don't have to worry about anything that's in the curriculum in all these subjects for all these grades.
Is there a way that, parents could go, Mr. Gardner, is there a way parents could go online and look at, say,
Yes,
kindergarten
we
curriculum?
can provide that.
Okay, is there a link or something that
I
they,
can get that.
okay, so at least parents could go on and take a look and see, okay.
This is only being presented as an option for parents.
Of
Parents
course
still
they're
can
gonna go online and look, that wasn't my point. But it's after it's approved, it's after we've expended the money, it's before the board has had an opportunity to look at what it is that's being put in front of our kids. It's a fundamental responsibility of ours. And we can't see it. Look how much time we spent on one short story in high school. Because that is our job, and this is kindergarten through 8th grade that we have not done before. We'll leave 9th through 12th out. Credit recovery, fine, that was there long before I got here, but we can't even see it. But the point is that everything is being pushed at rapid pace.
This is leaving the decision up to the parents. So just because we approve this for online instruction, that does not mean that parents have to use the online instruction option. They are still welcome to send their children in person to school. So this is only a choice.
I understand,
Okay.
but we should educate the parents on what that means. And this is 2 pages, and let's see, this action item, the student privacy and 3 pages. I hate to go back to the whole this isn't a contract, but this isn't a contract. And don't we have any obligation to educate parents on what they would be signing up for?
This has been sent to legal for review.
Oh. Okay.
Again, I'm not a lawyer. I will take our legal counsel's word for it.
Okay, so it's totally appropriate then, we should be presented something at 5 minutes to 6, when the meeting starts at 6, because maybe you as president had access to all this, but I didn't, till 6 o'clock.
I did not either.
Okay.
This is-
So,
Nicole, you're.
I'm sad because everything's so rushed and nobody thinks it's a big deal.
No, your point is well taken, but right or wrong, we're in a crisis situation.
No, we're not. We're not in a crisis situation. You know, the terms have been redefined.
Okay, but what I'm, you know, these things are, this is just one small decision that everything is going to be so just thrown up in the air for the next few months, and we're just going to be having to make decisions on the fly. And this is one of those that would be much better if we had looked at this curriculum. I agree with you, but we have to move on. I feel like we have to move on. But I will be, as soon as we get the link, I will be taking a look at the curriculum for K-8, and if I see anything I'm concerned about, I will let somebody know.
So, Mr. Gardner, you, in cooperation with the superintendent and other district directors, reviewed this curriculum and Edmentum and chose this one as choice. Did anyone else review the curriculum with you? Any teachers or was it just you and the superintendent? Okay.
We did previously do a review with the high school, because we were looking at needing to update our credit recovery curriculum. And that was a consideration because the program was known as A+. They no longer are supporting it, they've upgraded, this is their new program. So that's where the company and the history is, and we have looked at the program from the credit recovery perspective with the intent of needing to update our program since it's no longer being sustained.
I'm gonna make an assumption, you can tell me if it's correct or not, but was one of the sort of appealing points of this particular curriculum is that it does align closely with what's being taught in schools, and that would make it easier if students do transition from online to in-person, or
So-
maybe vice
So,
versa, that they
yes.
would not be substantially different in their learning.
no, so that was a concern is if they have, the programs or curriculum is built on the standards, so they're teaching to the Arizona standards in that curriculum, but it's maybe not the same sequence as what we have selected. So we have been granted permission to change those so our pacing matches their pacing, but they're actually gonna be matching ours. So when a student transitions, they'll be coming back into a regular classroom and have the same material presented in the same sequence. So that is an option that we are going to do.
That's wonderful. That's really, that part's really good.
I did have a question about the funding. So this is referred to as an AOI program, so is the funding level different than in-person funding?
Not the first year, right? Don't we have a kind of a 95% or 98% waiver the first year for funding online?
Yeah, so there's a couple of responses to that. So yes, you're correct. The way it's currently stated is that there's a floor of a 2% loss. So we will not, even if our ADM decreases by more than 2%, will be held to a 2% maximum of loss of funding. That's currently how it's written. Now, as far as AOI, that's yet to be determined because in the governor's executive order, he refers to AOI only applying to the first 2 weeks between. So he says that the schools that start July 1st, 2020 cannot begin in person in their building's instruction until August 17th. So for us, because our school calendar shows that we're starting August 3rd, that's a 2-week period. So for the first 2 weeks, according to the language in his executive order, and again, there's, I think, more to that, and that we're hoping to get some more detailed information from, the AOI would apply for those first 2 weeks. So if we started on August 3rd, that's the big concern, is that if we start August 3rd, we will only be funded based on AOI numbers. That's how it's currently stated in his executive order. If we waited until August 17th, as Dr. Stone mentioned and others, then at this point, there's no mention of adjusting the state requirement of 180 days. So we're assuming at this point that if we started on August 17th in person, that's assuming that we start August 17th, that we would have to make adjustments to our calendar to make sure that we have that 180-day requirement in place. So meaning that we may have to push the end of school back 2 weeks if we can't find days within the calendar that's already been adopted. So in this case, AOI would apply for the first 2 weeks, August 3rd to August 17th, as it's currently stated in his executive order. So if we only had 500 students, let's say, participate, then we would get paid for 500 students, assuming that they met all the requirements of AOI, so that they had the seat time and all of that they actually were online for the required amount of time, then we would receive funding for those AOI numbers for the first 2 weeks.
So after that, if they transition to in-person, they would receive, or we would receive funding for them at the in-person rate?
Well,
I'm
and
not sure
even
about
in the language though too, that come August 17th, that even if they remain in this program, that there's no mention of AOI being the requirement anymore, that it all focuses on a plan. So that's the unknown at this point, that we, at least that I can see and that others have those same questions, is that AOI is only referred to, AOI funding is only mentioned for those first 2 weeks of school for our calendar, up to August 17th. We would be funded, and I was just looking at his executive order again a little while ago. It's letter C. I think he gives an A, B, and C, or a 1, 2, 3 there of the requirements of opening before August 17th. And the third bullet point, or the third mention there, is that it is subject to AOI funding calculations. So again, if we have 500 students participate, and that first 100 days of school in which we receive kind of a measure of what our funding will look like the next year for a lot of areas, if our numbers are way down for the first 10 days, say we only have 500 participate, and then we have 5,000 that then join us on August 17th, that low number there for the first 10 days of school will skew our average up to the 100th day. So there are some concerns, and again, it doesn't just apply to us as a district, it's to everybody in the state. So that's why there is a need for further clarification at this time. So yes, this would apply to AOI for the first 2 weeks of school, but come August 17th, AOI may not be even a factor at that point.
But I thought AOI was going, and I thought there was discussion of this, and maybe it was only during last school year, that it was the same funding.
That's what we discussed last time,
Yeah.
after you presented the budget. I asked you that question based on the governor's executive order at that time, where he said this thing about the 98%, that he wouldn't hold us to that, and that instead of 95% AOI and AOD and whatever, would be treated the same as 100, both with 100%. But
That's correct, but now, because of June 29th, that executive order, and pushing back the start date until August 17th, he only refers to AOI calculation up to August 17th. So AOI meaning seat time, so like I said, if you have a student who enrolls in this online program, and they're really good day one, but then they start to forget to log in day 2, day 3, day 4, they forget day 5, and your AOI calculations then become pretty skewed, and it doesn't work in our favor as far as funding goes. That is an issue for the first 10 days of school for our calendar, because we're already scheduled to start August 3rd, and the governor has pushed back in school, in the building, education and instruction until August 17th. If we open on the 3rd, the first 10 days, there's some unknowns there at this point as far as funding. So we need further clarification as to what that's going to look like.
Maybe at our next meeting, we're going to recommend that we all open on the same day, and not do that. It sounded wonderful at first, but now it sounds like a nightmare.
Again, and it may be that the 98% that applies even to AOI, but it's specific in here that he mentions in that executive order that opening up prior to August 17th is subject to AOI calculations for funding. So
I think whoever wrote the two orders didn't remember what was written the previous time, or someone else wrote it.
I agree.
Or it could be on purpose, so a lot of unsuspecting people, that would certainly save the state of Arizona a lot of money that are on current year funding.
The other issue is legislation dictates our school calendar and dictates the funding mechanism within statute. So the governor's authority is such for emergency, but some of that requires, as we said before, we had to have emergency legislation action taken to do some of this finalization, so we put in place the school closure. That still would be pertinent in this situation, where you could say if you're gonna get funded, we're gonna waive the calendar, and it's really the legislation that has the authority to do that.
So here's what it says, I pulled it up, so June 29th, it says, now therefore, I, Douglas A. Ducey, Governor of the State of Arizona, in consultation with the Director of the Arizona Department of Health Services by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and laws of the state, including but not limited to ASRS, he cites a statute there, do hereby order, all schools shall delay the start of in-person classes for the school year that begins July 1st, 2020 until August 17th, 2020. But schools may begin the school year on their regularly planned start date prior to August 17th, 2020 through distant learning. A, if a school chooses to begin the school year on its regularly planned start date through distant learning, the district or charter school shall submit a distant learning plan as required by ADE no later than the start date of the distant learning program or August 14th, whichever is earlier. B, a school district or charter may delay benchmark testing until the first 6 weeks after in-person classes are allowed to begin. And C, this is the one. District and charter school students shall be considered as an AOI student for purposes of school funding calculations while participating in distant learning. So that is the area of unknown. He's referring to beginning school before August 17th. And letter C is mentioned that they will be considered an AOI student for purposes of school funding calculations.
See, that seems deliberate to me, that it shall, not that it may, not that we're trying to work it out, we're trying to figure out how to come up with the revenue to, keep our schools afloat.
So C is most concerning
Yeah,
to
that would
me
be
from
very
the finance
concerning.
director, but also to admin here. That's the unknown. That's where we need a little bit more information.
I would say that if you approve this tonight to use this, that we shouldn't use it for AOI until we have an answer. Seriously, it shouldn't be an option. The 2 weeks aren't worth the potential intended consequences that order may represent,
As it is, as written.
right?
But in the next few days, if it is changed into something else, then we can adapt.
Yeah, I think Lisa mentioned, she added that line in the 6.6, which said that was a possibility.
Yeah, but once parents register, right, then they're registered as AOI. Once we open it up and say, we're gonna start this for the first 2 weeks, we're gonna use this program, and parents register their kids, which we're up against the timeline, it's already July.
We already told the parents that August 3rd.
Our calendar is August 3rd.
No, I
We
know,
haven't
I know.
responded to the situation we're in.
Okay.
Again, this is where we're waiting for that guidance that we hope is coming on Wednesday the 8th to really give us some more clarification about this piece and what we can do.
So if something changes, then you can always call us back.
So I don't have a problem with this, with PLP in general. Maybe if we're expecting guidance on Wednesday, would it present a hardship to the district if we postponed this item until after that Wednesday? Let's say we met on Thursday for a special session, hoping that we had more information. Would that present a hardship to our district?
I think it's fairly easy to implement in terms of the program itself, and they're able to get everybody kind of up and running very quickly, so.
But this would give us a chance to look at the curriculum. I don't think they're going to allow us to go to any kind of link we would not signed up with them.
They will provide us with the scope and sequence for each class.
Okay, even if we haven't approved it
The curriculum isn't so, I don't mean to say that it's not a concern for me, but I feel like I'm satisfied if the superintendent and the directors have decided that this is a program that lines up most closely with what we offer in person, then I'm comfortable with that information. What I'm not comfortable with is inadvertently creating a situation where we've approved a plan, but then we don't have a way to fund that plan. Like if the funding sources change dramatically between now and Wednesday. Does that make sense or does it not make sense?
I can speak to the funding source. We're gonna receive money through the CARES Act at the district. It's based on our Title I allocation, meaning our population that qualifies for that. I think it's $951,000 is identified for the district, so that's what we're looking at, that particular funding source. It's not working.
It's not working.
turn around and you. Sorry.
Our district has been awarded through the CARES Act, 951,000 and change, that is identified to be able to put in place for us to use those resources based on the situation due to the COVID-19. And this is one of the areas that we can use those dollars for. Those dollars are there. We do have to apply for them by a certain timeline, but it's not gonna change between now and then.
So it wouldn't matter really what curriculum we did approve. It would still be subject to the same AOI versus not types of discussions that we've had. It's,
Correct. Where the AOI comes in, like I said, we are actually a district that's approved 712 already. That what was put in place with the recommendations and moving forward is to be able to approve all districts in the event that we do have to go to that emergency closure and have to provide distance learning, so that we're receiving funding for that. And they're talking about that whole process, but this was very different than what they had presented before. So that's where there's a question about what are they actually going to require for us for our reporting process, and then of course the funding, because there is a difference in how they calculate funding. You know, it really is how that whole process is, so there could be a difference or a financial impact to us.
So would you prefer that we vote on this tonight or not? I mean, I'd like to know what is best from your point of view.
So if we don't offer an online program, there are parents that are going to and are already choosing online programs
No,
elsewhere.
I'm not, I'm assuming that it's going to be this one and we will offer it. It's just that,
We could offer it after school starts. It wouldn't have to be the 2 weeks before.
But I don't think this is saying that we're offering it at either August 3rd or August 17th. This is just saying this is the platform. That's all this saying. I don't know that the AOI in that statement is specific to any date. This is just, we're offering online.
so it makes it more certain that the parents hear tonight that we have approved an online program than to hear the board deciding not to vote on this, and then they'll seek out another one somewhere else. So I don't see that it makes no difference to me. I would vote to approve it. I think that was a good point in this discussion.
yes, thank you. That changes my mind as well, because you're right. If we don't have something in place online, that, we need to have as much information out there as we can, as soon as we can.
It just appears that if we were to begin before August 17th, then we could have, according to how he stated it, could have some calculation and financial concerns before August 17th.
So after our discussion tonight, it's probably unlikely that the board is going to vote to start anything on August 3rd unless the state changes. It's what it's saying. I just want, parents to understand that it's just likely more than unlikely. It's unlikely that it will start on August 3rd, no matter what with this program.
So in other words, okay, so if we approve this, we don't have to start it, it doesn't obligate us to start it on August 3rd. We could wait until August 17th if that turns out to be the decision that would be in our best financial interest.
Yeah, you could start January 1st if you wanted to. You could start any day. It's just that if we were going to roll it out on the calendared school year beginning date of August 3rd, from August 3rd to August 17th, there's some funding language in here that makes things a little questionable.
Got it.
Thank you, that helps me. Yes.
What a board meeting.
So, did we at all even look at the Hillsdale online by chance, anybody? The free online K-12 education that's being offered right now as an alternative to spending all this money for something that we can't see? Just curious. I mean, I already know the answer, but I have to ask it because
I'm not sure that Hillsdale lines up with all of our K through 12 standards.
Why would
And
you
that
say
might be
that?
the issue.
You know that it does.
Well,
I don't know.
do you have to have a certain, so you're saying you have to have a certain curriculum that
I don't-
aligns?
I don't say,
No,
I
the
don't
alignment is important to me, yes.
I don't say that, but,
So our
It's good to know.
professionals can't align a curriculum to a standard? So
Well-
you're saying there has to be a box solution? Or what, I don't understand what that
Well,
means.
Hillsday would also be a box solution, I mean, if you're gonna use that term, that would be fairly applied to the Hillsday curriculum as well.
Have you read the scope and sequence of Hillsdale?
I'm saying if you're making, it sounds like you're criticizing this for being prepackaged. but
Well, I'm
that
just
would be
saying,
true.
we don't have access to it, and I'm asking if we considered the world-class free education that's available to us before we decided to spend money, free money that we're getting from the CARES Act. I just wondered. But I already know the answer, so nobody has to really answer it. It's no, we didn't. We didn't consider it, and that's unfortunate for our kids. Anyways,
Well,
We did actually,
did you?
we did.
Well,
so here's the problem, is we're looking for a solution for K-12, and I don't know if Hillsdale goes to K-12. Yeah, that part I wasn't aware of.
yeah, and they
There is
doubled down and
K-
made everything available, like they're going after the population, not going after, that's the wrong term, but they are making, what we have here is special until COVID hit. And then they made what we had access to available to everybody. And now we make it really easy for parents to see what's coming down the pipe. There wouldn't be a constant change. There's a methodical reason why you teach in the way that you do.
well, one of the things that, Mr. Gardner mentioned with this program, if students leave this program and go back into the classroom at some point, they will be going back and it will correlate with what the teacher's doing at that time. And that is really a convenient set of students.
How is that possible? Unless everything is
Well, they-
already, you know, decided how and what material is gonna be taught. How would it be that our teachers are already teaching what this online program with all these courses is teaching? I don't understand that.
They're aligning it to how we do it, how our
So
teachers do it.
Teachers can go in and select a standard, if they have the standard, let's just say B first, and we have in our pacing standard A, we can change theirs to meet ours. So the pacing is the same for our program. They have to match our pacing, and they are able to do that. By just the standard, now that's all I'm talking about, is the standard, I'm not talking about the resources or anything else, I'm talking about the standards aligning to our selected standards we've been working on with the essential standards groups.
Alright. Well, I apologize for assuming that you didn't look at Hillsdale, but. So thanks.
We are closing in on 10 o'clock for our meeting now, are there any more questions or discussion or anything that came in via email?
And there's a couple more comments, not
Necessarily, okay.
Did you want to share them
Are they on this topic or are they on?
they're called to the public, and there's a couple that are on this topic. From Leah Juve, I urge you to start school as usual, we cannot do this to our children. This is not the current world we want for our children, if people are concerned for the health and safety pertaining to COVID, they should stay home. CDC and the World Health Organization have inconsistencies in information from the start. See the data for yourself. I understand how difficult this is for all of you. From Naomi Severson, good evening board. I appreciate the idea of school opening in person on the 17th. My question is this: how many cases will go through a school before there is another shutdown? I'm concerned about a yo-yo year, so to speak, in school, out of school. Will we follow executive order mandates only, or is there a chance there will be a shutdown each time we see a number of cases spike?
Our recommendation is that we would follow the mandates.
This is from Autumn McCoy. Hello, I'm Autumn McCoy. I'm a teacher and a parent. I feel that opening online August 3rd would be a great way for teachers and students to get to know each other, as those 2 weeks are often spent learning routines, expectations, reviewing information, and getting to know one another and learning where our students are. While this is not ideal, teachers are eager to work with students again, and following the governor's mandate, this is the best option I have heard yet. Monica Moffett, having to figure out how out the school calendar for 2 weeks is not a very big adjustment in the big picture. Andy Nelson, as a concerned parent of 2 students in the district, I oppose online schooling. I would rather see a delayed start rather than class online schooling, shortened fall and spring breaks and Christmas if needed. And that's it.
Anything else before we vote on this item?
Janet Adair,
Yes.
Nicole Cohen,
No,
Kathy Cox,
Yes.
Lisa Roman,
Yes. Okay, do we have any information items from our superintendent? I meant to sort of introduce, this is, I know everyone already knows this, but this is Dr. Stone, our new superintendent, and this is her first official meeting. So, sorry, it was such a long one. Any other general calls to the public?
From Leah Juve, I would like to thank Nicole Cohen for her common sense and desire to know more. I feel she speaks for many. I also agree about the gloom and doom books. Let's teach them positive, enough of what we can hear on the news every day, a concerned parent of future adults. From Marcia Cox, President Roman, your political bias is showing. And as a president, you should be remaining neutral and conducting the meeting without showing your bias. Marcia Cox. That's it.
On our communications, do we have any board suggestions for future agenda items?
yes.
Okay.
I've got a few. One, the school board meetings. There's no reason we shouldn't have the public here. So I'd like to know why we're following guidelines instead of the data. You told me to remind you about that. And then I also, we all hear about the achievement gap, right? Like that's the big goal in education, to close the achievement gap. Well, do I have good news for everybody at the end of this long meeting? The achievement gap has been closed in New York City. Thomas Sowell just released a new book, and I did buy it, and he's a data guy. Anyways, they closed the achievement gap in and for those that don't know what that is, it's the racial and socioeconomic gap. Am I mistaken, directors and superintendent? That's what it essentially means. And that has been the goal for a long time, and they've done it. So we'll all be looking forward, I'm sure, to seeing how that was done, but that's been the goal for a long time. And then the other thing, so Mrs. Asire wrote an op-ed in the paper about a letter that was being circulated online, and I don't want this to go. I mean, this has gone all around our community, has not been delivered to the board unless I'm mistaken. Am I mistaken?
I think I know which letter you're referring to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Has it been delivered to the board?
I have not seen a paper copy if that's what you're
That's what I meant. It's never been submitted to the board.
As far as I
It's
know.
written to the board, but it's out there in never land. So I would like to have a discussion about that letter, even though it has not been given to us yet. And I would like to have it at our next meeting. I think it's imperative that we discuss the Black Lives Matter issue that is out there, and for our kids and for our community, I think it's important to have that board discussion.
Any other suggestions for future board members or for future board meetings? Okay. I do want to, well, as I should have, I guess, done this as the informational segment, but I did participate in an online seminar conducted by the ASBA on how to legally preside over meetings during these circumstances. And the legal advice that I received is that it is not a violation of open meeting law to conduct meetings that are televised or distributed online. It is considered best practice to have a way for people to phone in. So that might dovetail if we talk about this at the next meeting, which we will, because it's going to be on the agenda. But GoToMeetings might be a good resource because that does offer people the option of calling in. So I did want to say, because one of the emails referred to this being a violation of civil rights because we're not allowing people, the general public, to attend in person. The legal advice that I received, and again, I can only go with the best information that's in front of me, but the legal advice that I received is that that is an appropriate way to conduct a meeting under these circumstances. That we have made a reasonable accommodation by providing the email address and allowing people to write in their questions.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Again, I'm going with the best information that I have in front of me, that's all I can do.
The ASDA is now the
It's not up for debate, I just gave that as an information item, that I attended that seminar and that's what I learned.
I would like the board to vote on that because that was part of my reminder, and I guess I didn't say that. But the board should have a say in it. This is not your meeting, and it's not ASDA's meeting. So if we're gonna conduct our meetings like this, it should be put to a vote, and the public should have input on it.
This is the best legal advice that I have in front
Can
of
you enough with your legal advice? This is our community, and you're saying,
This is not up for debate, I offered this as an informational
You're a
item.
tyrant.
No,
You're
she-
being a tyrant.
No, I think there's a misunderstanding.
No,
Nicole,
no misunderstanding.
Nicole is right that the board should vote on this, it did not happen.
I did not put these changes
No,
into place.
but it's not mandating us to do it that way, it's saying that's an option, is that right?
I was responding to the criticism that this is a violation of civil rights to conduct meetings
Oh,
this
okay,
way,
all right.
that's all.
But, I think we should vote on it.
Well, we can, and it is gonna be on the agenda next month. Yeah. Okay, if there's nothing else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Please, somebody.
Second.
Nicole Cohen,
Yes.
Patty Cone,
Yes.
Tatiana Allier,
Yes.
Lisa Roman,